didn't realize they were that major of a thing. Um, like major. So I found out finally how to do it and get it to work correctly, where you can upload clips as shorts.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've seen
And
my
like, so
feed being populated by you, and I'm like, yes, DM, yes, so
the
good.
the 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 biggest viewing I've had on a video has now surpassed Last Stand Aftermath and has gone to tip number 5 for Blackthorn Arena at 397, and that's over a few
Wow,
weeks. Okay. One clip from yesterday has already had 445 views.
that's so good, man.
Like nowhere even close. Oh, sorry, that was wrong. It's 511.
That's so
And I got a
wonderful.
follower from Shorts. So it's like, oh, okay. So we're actually doing a little competition for people. Uh, Anyone who makes a clip of something good on my stream, I'm going to enter into a little drawing and we're going to start awarding games for whoever wins.
Ah, that's
So
awesome.
we have a ongoing clip competition.
That's great. Awesome. That's super hype. I love that. I love that. I,
So
I'm so
if I could
glad.
do this full time and not have to look for a job, I would be thrilled.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you've gotten onto this like
But
shorts and like that things are just ramping up, and let like pray and hope and continue to hype that up and that it keeps
exactly.
going that way because that's so good. It's wonderful. Yeah, life is good. Life is
Yep.
good. Great, great to great to hear. Yeah, so guys, if you're not already, go give DM Next your love. Go and follow him. There's stuff on YouTube. There's stuff on
You
Twitch.
have cookies as prize. Maybe. Depends on the kind of cookie you want. Cruel thing.
Hey, look here for cookies. I'll send you some cookies.
Oh, I can make cookies. I know how to make cookies. Like I can make an automated system to generate cookies
Ah,
at an alarming rate if we want.
nice, nice.
Like I can create cookies to take all your information and give it to me. But I don't know that that's the kind of cookies you want. Now, if you're talking
Yeah,
about real cookies, I know how to make those too. Problem is they don't work very well over the internet.
yeah, yeah. You're gonna have to send your PO box over to me via PM there, Cruel Fang, if you want cookies. I don't need your home address, but if you've got a PO box or something, let me know and I'll see what I can do. It won't be immediate. Maybe I'll send you some for Christmas. Maybe that, because I'm running low on money and I need to refresh before I go do something like that.
I tell you what, I will send you cookies if you give me your address. Just expect them to have the potential of being moldy by the time they get there.
Uh,
Other side of the globe kind of thing. Yeah, let's just say it doesn't not a great option.
anyway, we're here to play some Eolas today. We are here
Hey,
pretty
very
much
good Krill
every
fan. You got a
week.
PO box set up last week.
Excellent, excellent. That's what we like to hear. Um, Definitely better than giving people your real address over the internet because you never really know. You never really know
Yeah.
what people are going to do with that. So, yes, very wise. Um, yeah, we're here to play some Eolas, and Eolas is DMNix's setting that he is developing, and we are working on together to flesh out and make more interesting and just deepen. He's already got some great stuff, but we're here to play it. We're using Pathfinder 2 as our engine to for mechanics, and we have just
Yeah.
gotten to level 4. We
which is
are
cool.
powering through. We've decided, we like a smaller arc, a little less time between levels. Um, just power on, and at some point, these characters' story will be done either through death or objectives being met, and we'll move on to either different characters or different games. We have a good list, I think, of things to consider.
Oh yeah,
Um,
we do. We do.
so
We don't have a shortage. The problem is we don't have a shortage.
yeah, um, yeah. So we're back for this. Welcome in, everyone, and I
Indeed.
think we're getting to the moot, right? We decided we're at the moot, so this map isn't really suitable for that.
Well, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Before we're at the
All
moot,
right, let's go.
we had talked about potentially talking to the sage here in
Ah,
town,
yes,
who may have some details.
very
So we
good.
should probably roll to find out. I mean, if we are going to talk to him, we should probably roll to find out um, if he did indeed have some of those details.
Okay, so it's a sage, right? So I
Mhm.
have.
Um, it would probably be a knowledge check for him. Oh, by the way, everyone who's watching, Matt, I'm pulling up your picture of your new familiar.
Ah, yes.
This is the familiar for Marigold now. It is a fox fawn, except the fawn part couldn't work with the fox very well, so we just focused on the fox for now.
Yep.
So, Cruel Fang, get familiar.
Yeah.
Cruel Fang the familiar. Uh,
What's funny is also its name. So I think Krulfang might like to look this up in Norse
Probably would.
because I've there's some fun and games going on. There's some fun and games.
There is.
All right.
Cruel Fang, your fox is cuter. You are right. But, I'm sure Marigold would give you lots of tummy tickles.
Oh, she sure would. So I was looking at character options and stuff earlier,
I'm
DM, and
77.
I was seeing what
Okay.
this archetype gives, and one of the main features of it, and I had misread it, or it's been changed or something, and I realized what it was doing, and I realized it probably wasn't going to work for Marigold. I thought what it was is that the familiar was able to do some damage, but what it is that the familiar helps the caster with a weapon attack. And I'm like, she hasn't used weapons. She hasn't been trained in weapons. I wonder what I would do in this situation, right? And so I went looking to see if there was a cool weapon that maybe would make sense for her. And so I went
Yeah.
looking, and because she's not a strength based character, she's got some dex, but she doesn't have strength. I was looking primarily for finesse weapons, and this isn't one. But what I came across was I immediately investigated to the highest degree and then ditched. But it was a cool investigation, and that was the idea that being 77, she might have to start using a wheelchair, and wheelchairs have attached weapons. And I'm like, it would be so cool
Dude.
that she could be like rolling along and like smash people with the wheelchair and have like
Dude.
stuff coming out of the wheelchair.
Watch out. Granny's rolling here.
The thing is that none of them
Watch out for
have
my wheel
finesse.
chainsaws.
None of them have finesse, and I'm just like, oh, it's not gonna
That
work.
is
It
funny.
was a cool idea, but it's not necessary. So I'm gonna level it up a different way than I thought. But it's still
Okay.
gonna be good. It's just like I thought that it was the familiar doing the damage, and instead it's the familiar helping a weapon attack. And Marigold is not gonna be good
Oh,
at weapon
good.
attacks. So yeah. it was interesting. A cool, go down the rabbit hole experience. So we're going to see this medic. Not this medic, this sage. So I've got a
Scholar. Yeah.
yeah. So does this yeah, okay. So and we've met this scholar once before, right? Or we heard about them maybe? Can't exactly
We
remember.
were told by, who was it? Someone. Someone about it. I'm trying to remember who it was. I'm really trying to remember who it was.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Maybe it
Yeah, no, it's all good.
was Running Bear or Fip the
FIP. I think it was FIP.
from Cerveza. And they sort of said check in with the seer. I think that was probably what happened.
I think it was FIP.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember because it's been a while.
Yeah,
We've had a few things come since then.
we have.
Oh man.
And because I'm GMing and playing multiple characters, my note keeping has kind of diminished a little a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a skosh.
So unfortunately,
Yeah,
you
no,
might
you
have
get
to
me.
go back and rewatch the videos if you if you want good notes. Um, Sorry about that.
Nah, it's all good, man. I don't blame you. There's been so much. How could I blame you with how much has gone on and we have had? I mean, it's been so much.
Not to mention, but tonight might be a herald for my fifth in-person weekly game.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
getting to the point of like, oh, no, it's not weekly. Fifth just DMing game, not in person. Fifth DMing game
Okay.
weekly. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke there. But still,
It's all
it's
good.
a lot. So we'll see.
Yeah. No, there's absolutely a lot.
So I have a lot of brain power that's going elsewhere. Um, all right, yeah. So getting to see this sage, and you said you're going to make a roll to see how much they know or something.
Yes, we need to do something like that
Ooh.
because then it's more dynamic as to how much they know instead of just saying, "Hey, they know everything." Well, that's no fun. It's no fun. So we need to actually see what they know. So, what do you think would be decent sage modifier to recall
Well,
knowledge?
why don't you use that?
That. Okay.
Oh, that's a six.
Probably a
You
good
might want to
idea.
make it weak before you do it. Let's make it weak.
Well, I mean, he has been here a while, so I don't see it being a problem necessarily. Either way. Uh,
Yeah, we'll make it weak anyway, because like we're only
it's fine.
just level 4. Yep. So you can use the sage. 25.
0.5. That's pretty good. Good. So he knows some.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of gives us a gauge on like how aware he is of things. So, what all would Marigold and the others want to ask? Thurbold's kind of wanting to just go home to the warm sun and sands, as he's made it clear. Peter's not exactly the most educated sort, so he's kind of relying on Marigold for that because it's not his forte. Um,
Are you
not dumb,
breaking? Are
but
you breaking up on your stream? Because you're breaking up a little bit here. I don't know if it's
Uh-oh.
everywhere.
Let me pull it up and listen.
Because it could just be me. Is anyone else experiencing DM breaking up a little bit? So he's breaking up for Silver.
Okay. Is it on my channel or is it
I'm not
just on your
hearing your
channel that I'm breaking up?
channel.
Okay. I'm looking at my channel. I don't see
Real Fang says he
it
is.
breaking up. He says I was breaking up, is what Cruel Fang says.
Yeah, you're okay now at the moment. Maybe it was just temporary.
Okay. Well, I will agitate myself and listen to myself.
Okay. No problem. It's just, yeah, I was like, harder to concentrate. What you're
Mhm.
trying to say. We like to hear and
No,
understand
it
what you
poopum.
say. So yeah, you asked for questions from Marigold in relation to things that he might know, Sage might know. All right,
Correct.
um, so Marigold would start by saying that we've been told about you by Fip the Prophet from Silveza, and that Fip sent us to this cave of ancients to source and record cave paintings in order to try and decipher properly what sort of message they had left. It was assumed at one point, I guess, that they were just drawings and didn't necessarily have too much meaning, and perhaps not enough time had been spent on them, and so we went and recorded
Mhm.
them all and brought them back. Um, we
Right.
were able to piece together a sort of um, story uh, or summary based on what it looked like in like in order, which was effectively this idea that there was once upon a time a threat to the people. The people rose up with the help of their gods slash helpers, whatever we want to call them, and were able to contain the threat in a sort of prison of sorts, and that over however long it's been, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands, who knows, of years, um, the threat has been gaining power in its prison and has been spreading its influence and trying to potentially come back into the world. That the cult that we met, this cult of Eternal Frost, have been one of those groups that have been affected by its messages and are trying to bring it into reality, back from prison, wherever that is, whether that's metaphysical or physical. We don't really know. We don't know what type of creature or power or level or threat this is. We do know that it seems to have frost or cold power potentially as part of its set of abilities, if not all of them. Um, and I guess she would just lay all that on the table as to what we've already found and ask if he knows anymore, if he knows what sort of creature that is, how it might be contained, if it's physical or metaphysical, what if we should be worried, if we, I don't know, like, yeah, all of this sort of thing is where she would start, I think.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, let's see. So he's doesn't know that creature, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but he is aware of the cult of eternal frost, and he knows that they are working to sow discord and some problems. Um, I think he would be able to give us a some details on where maybe they're actively working.
Yeah, perhaps places that they might have retreated to or something.
Yeah, I think that would make sense.
Okay, sounds
So
reasonable.
he, what's a town that we want to put him in? Maybe.
An existing one or a new one?
I could see either way.
So, folks at home, we haven't seen the map for a little while. This is the ongoing little map that we are working on and we'll be doing a proper version of eventually. Um, so, let me move my hands. So, where Thurbowl is from is down here to the south. A warmer climate, coastal kind of oriental almost city, you could say. Um,
Yeah,
and
probably a good bit. Kind of like Middle Eastern kind of thing,
yeah, so that's
Mesopotamia, or
that's
yeah,
Nakar down there, and then Juniper, which is where Marigold and to some degree Peter came from, right? He sort of had some time up
hmm
in Ander as well, right? Something I can't remember exactly.
yeah. I think something like that. Yeah.
Um,
Um,
so Ander is kind of dwarven, or there's at least mines up here as far as where he might have been born, and
right.
then he might have moved down. Sorry, I'm backwards, so I'm finding out. Juniper is more of
It's
a
all good.
farming kind of village, where Marigold has been trained, and Briar Bridge over here is where Skewer has spent a large amount of his adult life training in their militia, military, monster fighting, people kind of thing. And up to the north here, which isn't depicted at the moment, is a big, dark, kind of very dangerous forest that Brybridge helps protect the rest of the people from. And then Sovetsa, because it's moving, hasn't been pictured, but eventually we'll put something up here to represent where we've been over the last few sessions. Sovetsa, but I have to figure out how I want to depict a tundra, and at the moment, white upon white doesn't really doesn't really work very well. Um, so
No, something about white on white. It just doesn't show up well for some strange
And
reason.
something that I hadn't run past DM, which will probably change here because it's his world. I originally thought there might be maybe a Mesa across here, but I like the idea of a Mesa more over here, closer to the Middle Eastern area. And instead, what I thought of in between Juniper and Elderwin's Watch, which is where we are now. So Elderwin's Watch has these forest, these mushroom forest, uh, which is what's being depicted on the screen over there. Um, and what we determined last week was that there were orcs to the south. And so I thought it would be cool in this area to have like crevices, chasms, like Um,
Yeah.
More like things that go down rather than up. So like warrens,
Work hidey holes.
hidey holes, yeah, all that sort of stuff in this general area along here, where the orcs and allied tribes and stuff might live. So you and obviously you can change any of that, but that's just
Yeah, no, I like that. And this is co-op, man. It's not all me. I like that it's co-op. That's part of the point.
yeah. Well, I had mentioned orcs and
Hmm.
said that they had come somewhere south, and we hadn't really determined where. And I thought that maybe hobgoblins, orcs, and stuff might have warrens and um, crags. Crags and crevices and warrens.
That's
Yeah.
good.
As far as where um, the cult might be hiding out, um, it depends how far they've infiltrated into some of these places. Certainly, we know that they had been camping out of Sylvester for some time, and that it was not really pretending to be them because they were too close knit, but it was watching them and then invading at an opportune moment. So whether
Yeah.
maybe they've been doing similar things with other settlements or whether they've employed different processes will change how that might look. We could make new cities, or towns. We could,
Yeah.
um,
So let's for now let's just say he gives us a few locations where he's heard of some activity, and we'll kind of see where it works well for that.
mhm, cool. Yeah, we can work it out. All right. So how do we want to proceed though? So he gives us some ideas, but we're not gonna, yeah.
It kind of give us some basically a narrative opening loophole where if we have like, hey, this would fit well, it gives us that ability. Does that make sense?
Sort of. So we're looking
Sort of.
for a general idea that we can draw inspiration from. Is that
Yeah, basically it is if we decide that, hey, this would be a good place for us to have the Cult of Eternal Frost show up and do stuff, then we can have them show up and do stuff there.
oh yeah.
So instead of locking it down now, leave it as, hey, this is narratively would fit really well. Let's have them be here.
Okay. Makes sense. I like that.
Um, so basically, he tells us they're at a narratively positive location for us to be able to get what we need.
Okay. I guess then it's about how we want the next part of the narrative to go, and or where we want it to
Mhm.
go, whether we want to focus in on the cult of eternal flame or whether we want to divert for a while and come back to them.
Yeah.
Like,
Is there any other things other than the Cult of Eternal Frost that she would want to know about or ask him about?
um maybe the nature of powerful historical beings. Knows anything about powerful historical beings, either things that people have worshipped or followed or been inspired by or that have existed in reality or things like that. She would be interested in learning a little bit more about that. She would say that he has midwifery knowledge, and this comes from inspired by Mab, but she doesn't really know, other than that Mab is powerful and has generally good intentions for us. What?
I think, yeah, I was gonna say, I think this would be where he would tell us about the Norn. Not that we're gonna keep the name or not, but what we talked about, like that fits exactly in with Mab and what we
Yeah.
said her and her type were, whether we call them archfey or ancient beings or spirits or
Yeah.
demigods, whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
These elder beings that are powerful and are throughout the world and have done some things. I think this is where he would actually tell you about those beings and tell you that it sounds like she's one of these creatures, that there's these um we'll come up with a good name for it, but lesser gods or spirits that kind of ruled the place, and some people still worship them as a pantheon, some don't. And he would mention that he knows that the beliefs of Soveza is actually closer to them than some others,
Yeah.
because we found that out, and I think he would know that.
Yeah. Does that mean he
So
knows
that kind of
about
gives.
these dual natured beings as well?
I think he's suspicious. I don't think he knows. I
Uh,
think he's like, there's something there, but I'm not quite sure who I want to tell this to.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This can be a big problem. Hmm.
Fair enough. Perhaps there is some
Because I mean,
way, dearie, that we could gain your trust. Is there something that we could go and source for you? Or some test that put us to that might shine a light on our character?
hmm.
Under the breath, you know, when GM speak, quest, side quest.
I think it probably would be. He probably eyes Thurbold and be like, "I've heard the far to the south, where that one comes from. They have some books and information in the library about that, the nature and some details about those kind of things. If you would bring those to me, I think maybe I could share with you what I find in them, and I think perhaps that might pique your interest a little bit."
Sounds good to her. I'm not sure about to anyone else. We certainly know that Thurbold is interested in going home, but whether he disappears from us if we lead him there is a whole nother question.
Don't want to. I do not want to leave my home again. Why would I want to leave? You're so strange. Oh.
All right. Well, that's good. Um, gives us some stuff. I'm just trying to think if there was anything else. So it's dual natured things. It is the nature of these powerful beings that, for the moment, we'll call it what Pathfinder has, which is the Norns, which is like
Mhm.
powerful arch beings.
And this is actually, Matt, something we can do is let our lovely viewers know that they are welcome to always give us suggestions on
Yeah,
names for these creatures and stuff. This isn't just us locking them out. This is a collaborative thing. This is having fun. So if they
absolutely.
come up with a cool name for it, we are thrilled for that as well.
Excuse me. Yeah, definitely. We love interaction and um,
Mhm.
the wondrousness that comes with collaboration because things that we didn't think of or that we thought of differently are wonderful. Agreed with that.
Yes.
I don't think offhand there's probably anything else.
Okay.
Just running through my mind as to whether there might be. Oh, okay. There'll be one. There will be one last thing that she will mention, which is that this cult of Eternal Frost that he is apparently familiar with seems to be at least partly m- comprised of shape shifting individuals, and whether he might know the source of that or potential sources of shape shifting powers or abilities.
That is where he will inform you there is such thing as natural and curse shapeshifters and asks if you know which.
I don't believe that we.
No, we don't. So it'd be one of those, yeah, I don't know. Well, then I can't say, my dear. Maybe we'll have to investigate that further. Look into it as you engage them and find out.
Is there anything the sage would send as far as word or items as whatever to the moot that we're about to depart for? If there's anything else that they want from the moot, just like
I think the sage would give us a list of books from Thurbald's home
okay,
that he wants,
great,
and then kind of leave the rest for us to source.
okay, sounds good. I know that the villagers have all have a process already that they undertook. It's just whether he personally wanted anything. But that's a good answer. All right.
Hmm.
I don't think that there's anything else that I can think of. I could have missed something, but that's what I think.
If you do, we can always retcon. But I want to at least say we talked with him and dealt with some of it and some of what transpired before we left instead of saying, oh, yeah, and we actually talked to the sage 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
At least we could say, hey, we forgot we would have asked to the sage, and it's a minor alteration instead of
Yeah,
completely changing
and
what we did.
I think I think Skewer doesn't really have a lot of questions. He would probably recall the order of the story in the thing and say whether in the cave and see whether that order makes sense
Yeah,
to this sage or whether the sage thinks that our understanding might not be correct or whatever. He would try and make sure that the message that we're pulling from it currently is as accurate as it can be, perhaps.
um, how much, like, what all does he give him?
Well,
Or show him or refer to?
we don't have because we gave Fip the transcriptions. We don't have them. I don't.
Hmm.
He's working on them. So he would just be recalling the order that he saw the pictures in the cave, and he would be describing our current story of those pictures or our understanding of what that story might be, which is as
Okay.
described earlier, and whether this guy thinks that there's a possibility that that could be incorrect or out of order or anything like that. It's hard because he can't see the pictures, but he would be trying to describe them, I guess.
Okay. And you're talking about the ones in which cave?
The Cave of the Ancient, because he stood and like tried to figure him out while Marigold was conversing with her new companion. He would remember the order in which they were depicted in the cave that basically
Yep.
told us ancient being was doing bad things, captured by the dual natured people, growing in
Does
power.
Skewer mention that Marigold talked to her friend there?
Don't I don't have a reason. No, probably not.
Okay. Then he would say probably
He
that.
he's less affected
Well,
than Thurbol or potentially even Peter was. He just sort of went, well, it's an ally. As far as he's concerned, it hasn't done anything bad. He's gonna keep an eye on it, but I don't think right now he has a reason to question it until it does something bad.
okay.
Outside of just keeping an eye on it.
Yeah. Then yeah, he'd say, from what you're saying, it sounds like you have the gist of it. I would need to have further details to really be able to evaluate it.
Uh,
But it does sound interesting. I might need to make a trip up there.
yeah,
Do you
Fip
have the
has.
location of that?
Well, you would need to talk to Fip, and and then if you know if Fip sees fit, then he can pass on that information. Skewer would not feel comfortable doing that because it's not tribe, his tribe's knowledge.
Then maybe I will need to pay Fip a visit when I get a chance. Probably should wait till spring or summer and impending frost. Thank you.
What Skewer would mention in relation to the other things that we've discovered, he would hand him the sheet of paper that has all of the names of the town's medics on it as like a hit list with like the Assassin's Guild hit list, and he would say, um, is your name on here? And like you probably if you have any contacts about like people ways to like make sure that these people are protected, please do so.
Yeah, his name probably wouldn't be on the list because you said they're targeting more religious-based individuals. He's pure scholar.
Okay.
Um, if they're targeting religious and healers, he wouldn't be there. If they're targeting sources of knowledge, he would be. I don't know what we're thinking their target was or purpose was,
So at this
or if you had come
stage,
up with one. So
all
I didn't
I
mean to.
have is medics and so healers and yeah, spiritual leaders. But potentially that
Yeah.
might grow over time or change over time. But that's what I had determined so far.
So I'd say for this list, he wouldn't be on,
Okay.
but he would be very concerned that they're targeting these individuals as that would cause a major upheaval to everywhere. Like anywhere that individual would go would, be missing would cause major issues.
And yeah, I guess Skewer would also be like, because this guy said that the cult of eternal frost was, or winter, was looking to disrupt, whether this sounds
Yeah.
like the level that, like a higher level than they might have done before, or
I don't know that they have engaged each other. However, it wouldn't put it past them given the level of disruption this would cause.
yeah.
Um, I don't know much about the assassin group, but it's definitely something that we need to look into.
Because at the moment we don't have anything to connect them, right? They seem to be entirely
Right.
individual. However, the fact that there's a targeted list that's targeting these healers and spiritual
Hmm.
leaders is very concerning.
Right.
And it plays
Like the
into,
amount of disruption that would have is massive.
hmm,
It plays into what?
well, it plays into the other one's hands, right? So the Assassin's Guild are playing into the Cult of Eternal Frost's hands,
So
at
either they're
minimum.
working or you're inadvertently assisting them with whatever they're trying to do. Yeah. So they're either directly connected or accidentally helping each other. Neither way sounds good.
Nope, probably not.
I'm not sure which one sounds worse.
I mean, if it's all planned, that's something that we can possibly. But if it's accidental, oh, that gets real messy.
Yeah.
Feel like it's messier if it's accidental, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of like you. I don't know which one's worse. All right, so I think I've brought up all the things that my characters would want to know at this stage. Does either Peter or
Okay.
Thurbol have anything to run past this guy?
I don't think so because Thirlbold's kind of like, I just want to get home. Otherwise, he probably would. And Peter's just more based instinct going around trying to help Marigold get home.
Yeah, cool.
Peter's a big, kind hearted guy, but he's a bit of a lug.
All right. Then we have secured this information and we are effectively on our way to the Moot with both the information and the caravan that we came here with, because we're escorting a caravan from Sylvester.
Yeah. So I think probably we need to head back to the Moot with the rest of the people of Soveza.
Right.
And is there anything else you want between here and there?
I mean, we already kind of said that that would be a level. We could do random stuff. Is it important enough to do? Probably not. I think the next part of the, like, where we go from here seems to be more apt for me, at
Yeah.
least. Um,
Yeah. Agreed. Because I mean, it was good that did this right, and that we were here because we found details. We got level 4, which is what we wanted, and then now we can kind of decide how we want to go from here. When we get back to the base, are we going to have everyone go back to their homes for winter and then reconvene in the spring because we find something out?
yeah, and
Or
there's
do we
other
want to?
considerations like potentially leaving this group of adventurers for a while and seeing what's happening in the meantime or previously or
Yeah,
whatever else at a different
somewhere else
time,
in the world, or yeah,
whatever. Like, so there's so many
which we can do.
things.
We could technically pause these characters, like you said, hop over to some other characters, and then come back. Yeah,
Part of
that's
that
actually something that crossed my mind.
probably should be somewhat in the in the purview of the viewers whether they really like the story that these characters are discovering and whether they want us to keep on
Yeah.
delving into that or whether they would like to know about somewhere else in the world and maybe different characters. Some of that's on you. Obviously, we have to also have ideas for whatever else we have,
Oh
but that's
yeah.
the same way. Like, whether it's ideas for this storyline or ideas for another one, still, like, we have,
Right.
yeah, still, they need a rest. Certainly Thurbol is looking to get back to home. Certainly Marigold is looking to get back home and see Norman and the kids and the grandkids and the great grandkids. Um, Skewer will kind of just be knowledgeable that he has been told to go and gain knowledge and help out and do things, so he will just go with whatever the status quo is. And Peter sounds like it just wants to help whoever needs help.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of why I went with the feature on him, community service and labor. That's literally a lot of what Peter is that.
Why
I
don't
did have a thought for you.
yeah?
If we do try to part to something else, which is completely viable and realistic for where we're at with the story and everything, we could do what we talked about is kind of what's needed for rolling with Pathfinder the way it looks like they intended.
With
So we
making a
sit down and
party.
work on building a synergized party
Ooh.
that is more handpicked and selected by the elders to collect the data from Thurbolt's home and bring it up to the sage or find out further details on the cult or something. So the work that our people have done may trigger this other party to then have to go do something.
All right.
And we could look at doing that as a means of showing people how that kind of intended and kind of how to do it.
Yep. I
Just a thought
hear
I had because of the talk we had.
I hear what you're saying, and I
Mhm.
don't disagree with you. I I'm gonna be very honest. Um,
Do.
I have been playing and running this game, mostly running this game, since the playtest.
Hmm.
Now, the playtest, look, playtest came out in August 2018. Okay? So I have been doing things. I don't think I got immediately into the playtest. Let's say 2019. Been doing this for
Still,
5 years.
2019 is, yeah.
4 or 5 years, I have been running games and doing stuff within Pathfinder 2, with Pathfinder 2. And the knowledge and the clarity of knowledge that I've recently gained is new in that time. And in all honesty, even with 4 years minimum of experience, I still don't feel ready to make a synergetic group of adventurers. I still don't feel like I have the knowledge I need to create what is seemingly required. I know better than I once did, and I could probably guide us a little bit, but I still am not feeling confident in that level of analysis, which does disturb me a reasonable amount because it's the reason why I have changed Pathfinder so much is this.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And that's why I
So
was wondering,
I'm
should we,
happy
not
to.
that we would succeed, basically, if we want to try as a mind exercise to do it, knowing full well that it may be the death sentence for those characters
I'm very happy to try. I'm very
or not.
happy to go through the mechanical process of what that looks like and to have them as education videos. Like, this is what making a group of synergetic characters looks like versus just make characters because we like the. Like, this is how that's different. I think that that would be worthwhile. I don't necessarily think that that should be right now, and maybe we can consider that either immediately or on the new year or whatever else. I think it's a decent idea. Um, it's a good idea. It's not even a decent idea. I think it's worthwhile, a definite worthwhile video. Um, it's certainly not short form content. As far as what we want to do with these characters, I think checking in, does would there be anything developmental at the Moot other than making a decision to continue with their story or not?
Um, Probably at the Moot, there would be, getting to see your family again, because it probably would send a message to Walter
Norman.
that she's coming back. So he's probably going to meet her there. And so there'd probably be a little bit of check in, wrap up, what's going on, details like that. And then a bit of a celebration that, hey, they accomplished their task, got the foodstuffs we needed to make it through the winter. We know Suveza is going to get the stuff they need by the return shipment. We all can survive one more winter. However, how do we make sure these disruptions don't have again? In which case, they probably would be asking Marigold, Thurbold, Skipper, and Peter, hey, you all went up there. What was the disruption? How do we make sure this disruption doesn't happen? What steps can we take to protect ourselves and make sure that we are not at risk again? Because we need those resources.
Ooh, great splatter dragon. We're drawing a card. Okay. Do you want a green deck card or do you want a blue deck card? I was not expecting a card today, DM. That's okay. Or
It
I
says
can.
Kingmaker, but
Yeah, it's fine. I guess not in and red. I don't have any red cards, I'm afraid. Just have green and blue cards.
I, I, I
Someone
think,
redeems a thing. I try and blue.
oh no, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see what we can make out of this, DM. We'll
Um,
do this together. We'll make a story out of this.
he said not in. I'm kind of wondering if they were thinking Kingmaker game. Especially Dragon playing Worm. Interesting.
Yeah, this is Dragon playing Worm's other name.
Ah, got it. Didn't know he had to.
I know he had a change. I just because there's been a few of them, I'm not sure if this is the change, or if this is someone from that channel or whatever. I just
Yeah.
yeah, cool. All right, no problem. So I'm gonna draw a blue card. I'm just
Okay.
mixing them up here, and we're gonna make something out of this. We'll do something.
Sure. We can
Um,
use this as part of what happens at the moot.
sure can. So the blue deck is the critical fumble deck. Okay, just so that we know. And on this card, we have 4 entries. There is an entry for melee, for ranged, for unarmed, and for spell. Okay, and I will
Okay.
read out each of the entries, and we'll see what inspiration we can draw from these cards. So the first entry is in the melee is a melee entry. The effect is called Pin Prick, and being pricked by a pin, and uh, the mechanic is taking 1 persistent bleed damage. The ranged is called Spilled Ammo, and it says the ammunition from the weapon you're using falls from its container onto the ground. You can spend one interact action to pick up 1 piece of ammunition spilled this way, so that you have to spend 1 additional action per piece of ammunition to get your shots. That's ridiculous. We have an unarmed entry which is
Wow.
called Just a Taste, and this says you hit an ally adjacent to you or the target accidentally. And the final entry is a spell entry. It's called Tiring Spell, and it's You Are Fatigued. And so we can take inspiration from any or all of these things to tell a story about something that happens, or a number of events that happen at the moot or around the moot. What do you think, DM? Is
Let's go
anything?
over this again. I want to make sure I got them clear.
Yeah. So we
Spilled
have
ammo,
spilled ammo. We have pin prick
strike a friend, oh, pinprick. Yeah.
and tiring. Well, just a taste.
So either there's loss of ammo with basically an inconvenience and spillage,
Yeah. What I'm
um,
thinking is that
friendly
might
damage.
be the
Yeah.
spilled something spilled could be the inspiration here, where we are narrating and getting back to the moot that all of our resources that are required for each of our settlements have been met in meeting here. But maybe someone that we have been talking about, a certain group, might have gotten into them somehow and maybe spoiled some things. Maybe. What do you think?
That could be. That'd be a problem.
Would be a problem.
How would they go about remedying it, seeing as they don't have time to go and acquire more and come back? Or is it just going to be a harsh winter with potential for casualties?
Well, that could be answered either by this group or by another group if we want that.
I mean, that kind of sets up a potential thing the other group has to do. Maybe a group from Skewer's place has to go into the forests that you
Because
don't go
they
into
didn't get a shipment like they
because
expected.
they have to go and get
If we
proteins that
if we have
otherwise
it,
that
with
actually fits really well.
going into that forest, then making a proper group of adventurers really
Yeah.
fits that narrative, because that
You kind of
forest
have
is
to. Like it's supposed to
terrifying.
be, yeah, that's supposed to be like vanilla Pathfinder threat level.
So
Like
this
if you don't
might
have a cohesive groomed group, that yeah, that fits.
this might put us on a path here if you're interested in that. It's something that we've
Yeah.
generated randomly from a card as far as a redeem, something that someone in the chat has done. What do we think, chat? Does anyone have a point of view, an opinion on this? Is this something that you would be interested in? We are. I think we're willing. Are you willing, DM, for that? Something like that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm good with that. I'm trying to, think realistically of the world and everything too, and that does fit. And so that's where I go first is what fits the world. And that is kind of lines up with what we're talking about and kind of
Yeah.
fits what we're saying should we or should we not do.
Mm-hmm. All right.
It's definitely not what our characters would want to have happen. Absolutely. That's a please don't please. Like our characters would be begging us to not let that happen, obviously.
Right, but that doesn't
That
have to
is
happen to these
oh,
characters.
absolutely. Where did
Hmm. It's an interesting one.
hmm I like that idea. I think that really fits because I think, like you talked about, it could be useful for us as a thought experiment for ourselves as GMs. What does a honed group look like?
Yeah. And it would be
And
honed in a particular way. We're talking about people that are specifically going into a very dangerous forested area where there are monsters of various natures in this forest.
right,
So we're aiming into a fairly narrow ideal, and so we'd be building toward that. Um, so yeah, I think that that's a cool thought experiment, and it's
and that's
definitely
why I thought it might be
something.
worth it because it helps us be like, okay, that's interesting. So that's how it could work.
And yeah,
Okay,
these
so that's how it could
characters
work.
are learning more and going back to their families and doing other things while we're in the forest with different characters in a different place with different mechanics. I mean, it's interesting. I don't hate it. All right, we're making some pretty big leaps here, as we might be
Yeah,
just about to make new characters for a more hardcore proper Pathfinder 2
like
section
it's
of
it's
this
almost like
adventure.
Darkest Dungeon style, like we talked about. It's almost straight up Darkest Dungeon style play where you're like, we got to build a good like that's one thing with Darkest Dungeon. You have to have a good group, not just a good character, a good group who synergizes and supports just to make it through.
Oh.
I think that I think that's I think that might be what we
Yeah, I mean,
it,
as says
with
it.
that. I mean,
If you're not on my chat, DM as literally said, if you don't have a
yep,
good group in DD, you will get fucked.
yes, and
uh,
that's why I'm thinking maybe we do it as a thought experiment and as a test and everything, and these characters don't die on us, right? But we know that our other group has to survive to not have issues
and either way, we
for
tell a story, right?
the alliance.
If they don't succeed,
Exactly.
there's an outcome. If they do succeed, there's an
Oh yeah,
outcome. It's interesting. You get to shape
yeah.
history through how these characters succeed or fail or otherwise. It's interesting.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Before we
I
go
like it.
and do that, I have some loot to give out to
Sure.
these current characters. I'd like to do that before we go too far, otherwise it can be forgotten.
Oh yeah.
Right, so um gonna go into this one. We are gonna give
Give him that juicy loot from the elders as a thank you
Thurball.
for doing your job.
Yeah. Thurball is going to get a +1 striking weapon. Which weapon do you want to become +1 in striking?
Hmm. I want it to be his cards because of we're leaning kind of towards that, but I don't know that that really fits a deck of cards. Or can you make a deck of cards that?
The only way that we would be able to, like, because it's a deck of cards, it's not darts. You would have to put it on a dart or another thrown weapon that he's adding to the juggle,
But
and
then
then
that
put a
doesn't.
returning rune on it.
Yeah. That's what I was just thinking. That's the issue with thrown weapons like darts. You don't just have the one enchanted. It need to be more than one, but then you can't do that with one.
Correct. Yeah. So probably isn't going to work, but you could do it with
So
a
what do you think? Go with
returning
the short
rune.
bow or go with the cane?
Well,
I'm good with you picking either.
we've seen how important it is to flank, and we've seen
Yeah.
how important it is for him to stay at a distance. So
Yeah. That's why I'm torn.
I think the arc of the character is leading away from combat right now, just for the moment.
Oh yeah, it is.
So I think let's put it on the short bow
Okay.
to describe another way of, I want to stay safe so I can get home, right? Short bow
Yeah.
tells that story better, in my opinion.
Like he absolutely has been like, I'd rather not be in combat. I'd rather avoid it. And I really don't want to. I don't want to be here.
And
I want to be
then
home on
I am
warm
also
sands.
making skewers, breaching pike, also striking
Which
and plus
that's
one.
pretty much the one thing he's used.
So there's that. Boom. That's done. Then Peter is going to get a gate attenuator.
Which is gate attenuator.
Okay, so I will read it out for you and add it to your list. This is an awesome piece of equipment.
Yes.
This says a gate attenuator is typically worn near the body's core, shaped like portal or passageway, making literal the elemental gates kineticists possess within their bodies. The appearance can vary from a
Hmm.
simple disc with a hole in the middle to a design matching a city gate or of a particular settlement. If you're a kineticist, which you are, the attenuator grants you a +1 item bonus to your impulse attack modifier. So there's your +1
Ooh. Yeah,
+1
that's what he needs.
when you invest a gate attenuator attuned to one element of your choice. So it has to be either metal or earth.
Mm.
Designs on the attenuated surface transform to match the element, and the attenuator gains the elemental's trait until it's no longer invested or is attuned to a different element. And then it has an activation, which is a 2-action activation once per day. The Gate Attenuator casts a first rank spell with a spell modifier of +7 and a spell DC of 17. You're a kineticist and the spell's element matches one of your kinetic elements. You can use your impulse attack modifier instead. The spell corresponds to the element the item is attuned to. So, oh, thank you very much. Good to
Thank you, Cruel Fang. Appreciate you.
yeah, very much. So as an earth, you would get pummeling rubble, and as metal, you would get thunderstrike. Thunderstrike, is that right?
Hmm,
Yeah, thunderstrike.
that's
So
cool.
pummeling rubble
Take a look at that.
does some bludgeoning damage and pushes potentially, and
Hmm.
thunderstrike does actual electricity damage. Not sure why that's under metal, but it is. Oh, target
It's
wearing
one of the.
metal armor takes -1 and becomes clumsy if they are damaged. That's interesting. So it's like drawn
Yeah,
to the
that is.
metal. Like yeah, it's cool. Okay, interesting.
That
So
is.
there it is. That's the gate attenuator. You get a +1 to your impulse attack modifier, plus that once a day um, spell, whichever element you choose. And finally,
You put that on him?
yes, where did it go? Happen. Sorry, just should have. Let
It's
me
okay.
let me try again. Try again.
Didn't see it when I was looking there.
There it is. It's now in the container.
Okay.
Finally, for Marigold, Marigold is going to get either an Arthorn Triad or a 5-figure feather wreath. Probably the Thorn Triad. Unfortunately, there is not a spell heart for the spell that she uses most often.
Yeah.
For Gale Blast. Not for Gale Blast, for Slashing Gust. There is one for Gale Blast. And there is one for Timber. So I'm going to grab the one that is for Timber. Gonna add that to her as well. So this just directly upgrades their abilities with certain things. There we go. And so that is that. Is there anything else? Nope. There's that. So that now concludes our loot for previous chapter.
Hey.
Really appreciate the 10 bits there, Crawfang.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you.
Um,
Takes double damage.
I think that's all of the bookkeeping out of the way. We know that these characters are going to be heading home for a while and taking a break from their adventuring. But we do
Right.
know that that's not going to be forever. Mab is certainly calling and has a purpose for Marigold, that's for sure. Um, and well, the others might get dragged into. been a
No.
it's been a pretty good group. Like I would say,
Yeah.
it's had its issues here and there, but overall, we've
I mean,
managed to get
Thurbold
through.
may not want to, but if Marigold asked Peter for help, he'd be like, "Sure, I help Marigold. She's a good old grandmother."
And there might be something else that convinces Thurbol, or what maybe one of Thurbol's contacts or something later on
Oh
to
yeah,
do a
he
thing.
may not have a choice. That's one way to definitely get Thurbold is not having a choice.
Yeah. All right. Well, Is there anything else that you want to add for the moment at the moot in relation to the current situation? Do we want to
So I
take our
think what
break
happens,
early? Yeah, go ahead.
sure, if you want to take the break early, we can, or we can finish this and then take the break.
Finish your line
And
of
it gives us
thought for
the break.
sure.
Okay. So on our way back, someone destroys and spoils some of the goods.
Yes.
They're only able to get one or two towns worth of goods destroyed, but that's enough to risk major issues. And so when we get back to the moot, it's discovered and they launch an investigation. I think they would let Marigold, Thurbold, Skewer, and Peter go home since they've been gone for near a month
Yeah.
at this point. And so it's not like, oh, well, we're going to make you deal with it because, you've already done stuff for us. No, no, no. I think they get one group assigned to investigate and find out who damaged it. And they have a suspicion it's either the Colt Returner Frost or the, what's the assassin group called?
It's just called Assassin's Guild for the moment. We
Assassin's Guild. Okay.
don't think I have an
So they
official
know it's
name
either
for
the
them.
assassins or the cult. We'll make it short. And so they give that info to the investigators and have them start investigating. So that's one route that could go at some point as kind of little side missions if we want, make an investigation crew. Um, it'd be a, mini
Yeah.
quest section kind of thing. And then another group that start pulling together. A large portion of the group needs to be made up of people from Skewer's hometown because they're like, the only place we're ever going to find any creatures big enough to give us the food we need in any sort of time,
Uh,
because all the others are
more
going into hiding
fast.
with the weather. Like it's starting to snow here. Is the don't go to forest.
Yeah.
Um, what is Skewer's reaction hearing that some group is gonna have to go into that forest so that the people don't starve and die?
Hmm.
And I ask that because that is Skewer's hometown. That is absolutely Skewer's thing.
Yeah. Well, in a story wise, he would want to go and support that. Ever think. But he's also been told explore the world and gain knowledge, so potentially he'd be. So probably he's gonna follow his orders. Probably he would go up to that group.
Based on that card, I think we're also, when we get back here, fatigued.
Yeah.
And so he's fatigued. And so the commander's like, no, 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 Skewer. We appreciate you being willing to.
You need rest.
Don't
Yeah.
take this the wrong way. You've done great, but you're going to be a risk. You are fatigued.
Yeah.
You need to recover. Let me handpick another group.
If if that is if that is Talia, or if it's someone from Talia's retinue, or I guess then he will absolutely listen. If it's not his commander that's saying it, he will certainly listen, but he will be less inclined to like it.
No, it's Talia's boss.
Talia's boss? Holy balls. All right. Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, it's someone here at the moot who's high ranking. So it kind of would make sense it's her
It would
boss.
have to be a functionary. I don't know that it's like
Yeah.
someone who's militarily higher than Talia, but like a functionary, a bureaucrat or something like that.
Yeah. It's the head of special operations
Okay.
who's Talia report to and kind of does the elite squads.
Wow. Yeah, okay.
It's like Dude,
he will do
chill.
what they say.
Let my people handle it.
Yeah, okay. He will go along with that.
Great on you. Go rest.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're being looked
Well,
at.
I think we all know, at least those of you that know a little bit about Skewer, where he's probably going to go. And it probably is a good time because it means that when he comes back, when we shine the spotlight on him, he is definitely going to have an aspect of his character that's going to be coming up a little bit more often than it was. Something to do with a certain precious metal? Yeah, so that'll be fun. That'll be
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, no, that'll be good.
All right. Cool.
But I think that fits well to get everything where it should be, to
Yeah,
get us in a good spot.
I like it.
So Thirbald's allowed to go home and rest a little bit. Marigold can go home as long as Mab allows her. Uh, Skewer gets to get his rest,
I
his
mean,
order too,
we're
and Peter gets
assuming
to go
that
back
Mab
and rest
allows
too.
her at this point.
It is winter, and Mab knows that she's going to be needed for babies in the spring. So maybe I'll let you be for a little bit.
Yes, but when it comes
A
time,
little
you
while.
better be ready. Yep. All right. Sounds good. I think that that's a really good place to. So Peter gets Marigold home. Where does he go after that? Does he go
Absolutely.
anywhere else?
He goes back to his home in the mountains and starts working somewhere.
Cool. Does he investigate the family that we
Yeah, he
found?
does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
He's going to look into that and find out what happens.
Nice. That'll be
He's going to keep his word.
cool. These will be really cool story beats to introduce when we come back to
Yeah.
these characters, like what they've been up to and what they've discovered.
So,
And
what happened over the winter?
yeah, that'll
Well,
be really interesting. So, all right. Well, we're gonna take a break with all of that. We know what all of the characters are doing. Um, we've checked in with
yes.
everyone. We've gotten our loot. So when we come back in about 5-10 minutes, we're going to be zooming out a little bit and then zooming into
Yep.
Briarbridge and the surrounding area and making new characters that are intentionally made for Pathfinder 2 proper mechanics of synergy, teamwork, and all of those things. So
An attempt of kind of an elite death squad. Death to the,
indeed,
beasts that are going to be in their way. Hopefully, then.
sounds scary,
Oh,
and I am scared, but it should be fun to try.
I am too.
Should be fun to
Exactly.
try. All right. Well, we'll be back shortly, folks, and yeah,
See you
stay
guys in about
tuned.
10 minutes.
Let's go. The right back one here. We are back for some spicy Eolas character making.
We're back for some. Did we make a bad decision?
The answer is yes.
Yes. Now, do we make a great decision? Potentially. This could be very helpful to people. So, um, yeah.
All right, so we've got two characters each. I'm gonna go and have a look at my characters.
We have one group. We have one
One
group
group.
with 4 components that we're working on.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
We got to change the mindset.
Yes. Yes. The character is the group. Oh. Okay.
Yes. This is the Dark Tamer squad. That is what we're working on. We are working on the Dark Tamer squad.
That's cool. Okay.
Their commander has given him the orders to prepare for
And the commander has
trip.
handpicked these people to go together, right?
Yep. So I have a question on that.
Mm-hmm.
Should we start them at level 1 or do we want to give it like level 2, 3, something like that? Because they don't have to be, the green grunts off the mill. They could be, slightly seasoned vets or something.
Well, let's look at some NPCs to sort of get us in the zone of where they
That's a good
might
point.
be.
What is a creature you want them to fight?
Well, they're in a dangerous area.
Yeah. So what kind of creature do you think is there? Like, what's one of the biggest, what's one of the most common bestial threats that are in this deep dark forest?
Well, what do we know? We know that there are definitely going to be things like werewolves and vampires. Whether we're going to actually
There's going to be
fight
all
them,
sorts of, yeah.
that's beside the
Um,
point. Um,
right. But what are creatures that go around with those? What are creatures? Part of why I'm asking you is you built Skewer, right? And this is kind of the forest that's on the edge of his. And I'm trying to feed into the concept you had for him instead of ignoring that.
yep. Um, all right. Well, let's look at that.
In chat, if you guys have any suggestions on a cool, spooky, evil creature that you want in this deep, dark, evil forest, feel free to let us know.
So, I will come clean as to my inspiration behind this particular skewer. Okay, to help us to
Mm-hmm.
to seed him properly. Um, and that inspiration is Innistrad from Magic the Gathering. And so, Innistrad
So
is.
you took inspiration from someone?
Yeah.
No.
Is a gothic horror theme. The set features graveyard and tribal mechanics. Tribes being werewolves, humans, zombies, vampires. It sort of themed around Frankenstein, um, menace and dread, hedonistic vampires, savaging werewolves.
So creature level 10, 12,
I think,
6,
I think, I think setting the characters maybe
four.
at their first stat boost at 5 might be a good idea, so that we can sort of go
Yeah, I can
lower
see
and
that.
higher.
And that's kind of why I looked up vam. So vamp, so vampiric animal, vampire squid, vampire fire mastermind, vampire servitor, vampire count, right? And that's kind of why I was leaning towards, I started listing us kind of those levels, and it seems like 5 would be suitable to be a nice kind of starting point to have enough power where they can
If
take
they
on
come
some of these.
across
Now
a
they're not going to take
vampire, they're
on
going to be running away. But if they come across a vampire's retinue,
right. So there's a vampire rival necromancer. Yeah, that's a level 16. No. Vampire spawn rogue 4.
hmm,
And it technically is a vampire, but it's a vampire spawn, not a full-blown vampire.
yeah,
A bat swarm 1. We
yeah,
can deal with that. But we want to be able to have some of the more vampiric creatures. And so 4 to 6, there's a good selection of vampiric creatures. So I think 5 works well for that.
and 5 details like a
Weak cunning vampire.
well-rounded, like
Weak invasive
hand-picked
vampire count. Yeah.
soldier type,
Yeah.
type. Yeah, I think so.
And if we look at um they don't just have an NPC knight. Really? Palace Guard. What is Palace Guard? Palace Guard is a 4.
Yeah.
These guys should be a little bit better than a Palace Guard probably because they're, you're going to the deep dark place, right? But so I think that really fits. I think 5 probably is a really good point for them.
Yeah. Now, in doing what we're doing, DM, there are some potential world issues, okay, that I want to broach with you before we go too deep. That is that
Yep.
when you've created this setting, you've had some considerations like magic is rarer or whatever else. If we're making a synergetic team of
Mhm.
individuals, we're going to have to tap into magic. We're going to have to tap into so how
We are
we
going to fully tap into magic, and what we're going to do is pull the obfuscation over our eyes and say it's herbal remedies that they somehow decided to find a way to make at range for the sake of being able to do this experiment accurately.
Okay. So reflavor
So
town. Excellent.
exactly. So the cleric doesn't cast cure wounds. He walks up and hastily binds your wounds.
All right. Well,
So we're just gonna slightly change it like that in our minds, even if we forget to say it as a fitting the world still, but um
do
still being able
you
to build the level of threat we need.
do you have
Do we need what?
any ideas for characters then? Any pictures that you would like to make for something that you would like to play in this group?
In this, we need to absolutely think about power game. So one of the things I would say is, have you ever seen any characters in your games that you're like, that guy's kind of broken?
Yeah, strength rogue. Any fighter is pretty good. Strength rogue is
Okay.
pretty good.
Maybe we need to make a strength rogue then.
Or just any rogue. Rogues are really good. Um, but if we're going into the forest,
I
like
think we're not going to
a
have a lot of dialogue. I think it's going to be more dungeon delve. So I don't think we need a lot of social.
no,
So
um,
going in, I think we can intentionally
I will
plan that we're going to
say,
be a little light on the social.
yeah, um, yeah. So considerations are we want something that's going to at least one thing that's going to be taking a lot of hits, or hopefully.
Hmm.
So probably something with a shield, maybe other things. We want something that's going to probably be wrestling or taking things as actions by knocking them down, not necessarily wrestling, but certainly tripping and wasting
I looked
actions.
at one that I have an idea. I want to see what you think, but keep going and then I'll get into that one for the tripping.
Um,
Of course, I say that right after you stick something in your mouth.
we
Sorry.
like we like debuffs, so things that buff the party, things that debuff enemies. Those things
Right.
typically are casters, but not always. Typically, um, so like having 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 someone that's um, helping our speed or helping our defenses or helping our offenses or affecting the enemy defenses, all those things are good. Um,
Quickly do this. I'm going to punch into this thing called the internet and
ah,
see what they say when I say Pathfinder 2 best party composition, just to get see what they think. But keep going. One character needs to be good at out of combat healing, medicine, skill, lay on hands, etc. Party needs at least 2 frontliners willing to flank and take hits. Party member need to have counteract magical effects. Dispel is a good example. Party needs something to spread different damage types in case they run into creatures with resistances.
yeah,
Those are all amazing points.
yeah. Capitalizing on weaknesses, capitalizing on different saves. This is what we need.
Do we want to consider Thaumaturge?
Um, the answer to that is we do want to consider it. We do want to consider everything, but yes, we do want to consider it. Thaumaturge will give us lots of knowledge very quickly, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
They also give us knowledge without investing too heavily into intelligence, and
Right,
don't have to guess at what a knowledge might be because they just choose esoteric every time. Um,
right.
so there's a lot to be said for that. Um, from personal experience, I can tell you that thaumaturges are very action intensive and
Mm-hmm.
they can feel bad because of that. Certainly earlier level, but ours is going to be 5, so some of that is going to be catered for already,
Mitigated, yeah.
mitigated. Yeah, and you're definitely yeah. So and they are a bit glass cannonish if you're not careful.
That was what my concern about doing it was, is I do know they can be a bit of glass cannon. So I was wondering if we really want to consider that for something like this level of threat. I did have an interesting character that I thought might work well for this kind of thing.
Uh huh.
An animal instinct barbarian,
Okay.
spider. Because if
Okay.
you look at what the spiders get, they get a lot of trips and holds and stuff like that.
Let me have a look. Animal instinct barbarian. Spider, you reckon? Spider.
And this, they did away with it.
And
This was before. Yeah, animal instinct. Where did they have it? Spider. They get fangs or webs, so they can actually do webs, and their fangs allow them to do grapple and venomous.
yeah, so this is from Howl of the Wild. That's absolutely fine. Let me have a look at that. I haven't got that open just at the second.
Absolutely. I was just thinking that that might be a, like we talked about trying to control them, right?
Yeah, no, it's a great.
And
It's a
that's why I
great,
kind of was thinking,
great concept.
because you
Okay.
have the web, you have grapple, was like,
So, cool. Get that. Okay. You also have untamed morphs and things that we can get into, which can be pretty cool.
untamed what?
Morphs,
Untamed moths? I don't know those.
Morphs, morphs, morphing, changing shape or changing.
Oh, I don't know
Um,
that.
but yes, so animal instinct option, spider, fangs 1d8, piercing, grapple, unarmed, and venomous, and web, range increment 15 feet, minus 10 to speed. Okay. New options are available. Cool. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Grapple.
If we want to up the damage, there's the ant that gives you more damage, but it doesn't have venomous and doesn't have the web.
Yeah, I see the point there.
hmm
It's a cool idea.
Um,
So yeah, that character could do some control-y things. Go get up close and personal. Be attacking as that spider. With spider fangs, so you can have a hand free for grabbing and wrestling and pushing and pulling and tripping and all the things. And barbarians are renowned for having hit points out the wazoo.
yeah. So I just thought I'd mention that as a consideration for our squad.
Mm-hmm. So we need someone to be flanking with you. Um,
hmm
and
Which, like I said, I'm not saying we're going with the spider instinct barbarian. I'm just saying it is a one die reduction
mhm.
that then gets venomous and webbing.
Yeah, so I would say,
So I was saying it's a consideration if we go with a barbarian that would work well.
yeah, I would say something champion oriented. While it's not necessarily nature themed, we can certainly put a nature skin on it. Um, and you, I would be interested in potentially trying the glory champion because you can make things dazzled, which gives them a mischance.
hmm
And then the champion can get up close and personal, can reduce damage for allies, and can offense into enemies with the dazzled and um, sight effects. So there's that. So it can
Yeah.
be like a defensive powerhouse, getting up close and personal, as well as having some offensive options. So that's something that I would be considering highly.
Let's see. What are the other ones that I'd looked at?
So um, we definitely don't want to be a magus. No one should be a magus.
Why not?
It's just not group oriented enough.
Yeah. I
Um,
did think about a kineticist, something like wood where they have the ability to buff others. But we already have one, so I don't know that we should do that or not.
yeah.
Um, Same thing with alchemist, the healer. We already got one, so I kind of was like, on that.
Well, probably a cleric,
Ooh.
especially
I was
the
about to
battle
say,
cleric. Like the battle cleric right now is
battle
pretty.
cleric is better than cloistered. Why is that?
I didn't say it's better, but it has there's considerations there. So the consideration there is that battle cleric is able to key healing off their weapon attacks so that they're doing damage
Do
and casting
tell.
healing.
I haven't looked at that one recently, so do explain that if you don't mind.
All right. So let me. I'll have to
I'm
bring it
still
open
new to
here.
some of this stuff, so
Yeah,
yeah, take your time.
because I
This
know
is
the
us trying to build this
general.
group, so
I know the general picture. I just don't know exactly what the wording is. Surprise, surprise.
it may actually be closer to what I was planning to do with Casseur, actually, but they didn't have the revised at the time.
Yeah. Um. So you lose a little bit. Um. But what you gain. So you've got emblazoned armament, which allows you to either get extra hardness or extra damage, depending on what you're emblazoning, which is all right. But what we're looking at is things like sap
Okay, here it
life.
is.
When you cast a harm spell and damage creature, you regain hit points. Or there's things like um, War Priest. So you get Channel Smite. So you siphon energies, you make a melee strike on a hit, you can cast a one action version of the expended spell to damage the target in addition to the normal damage. So it's like a divine smite from D&D. So
Yeah.
that's a extra damage, but you don't have to do that. You can instead um do Divine Infusion. If your next action is to cast Harm or Heal to restore hit points, the target then deals additional damage with its melee weapons. So you get extra damage
Hmm.
to your allies for healing them. You also have
That
Restorative
actually fits the
Strike.
concept I had for him.
You balance both sides of the scales. Cast a one action Harm or Heal on yourself and then make a melee strike. And if you make the strike with your favored weapon, you gain +1 to the attack roll. So you heal yourself and you're getting +1 to your attack. And then, if the strike
We
hits, you
are.
can target a second willing creature to heal the same amount. So you're healing yourself,
Oh wow,
you're hitting, and you're getting a secondary heal for one spell slot and two action.
that's pretty good, man.
Very good.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
See, I only knew the original cleric, not the remake,
Yeah, no, the
so that's why I
remake
was
has
asking.
made the synergy thing
Um,
a lot more
that would have
blunt.
been what I would have gone with Casseur had that been developed, but it hadn't at the time,
Yeah,
which is fine.
yeah. So that's an option as far
Wow.
as a healer goes. It's not the only option, but it's a very strong option at this point.
Oh yeah, it is. The fact
Um,
that he can be a front, like technically, he could be a front liner
yeah,
and survive because
possibly.
of things like that.
Yeah, it's risky. It is a bit more. It is a bit more risky. You can't just stand back and
I probably would give him a
heal
reach
it.
weapon
Mhm.
so that he could do that. But at the same time, that would then allow him to um, strike and heal his ally,
Mm-hmm. Sure.
allowing him to be up there and heal them, but also not be far back and worried about taking a hit if he gets targeted.
Mm-hmm.
It's not he's not as squishy, right? Because he has is it medium or heavy armor? Medium armor.
With War Priest armor at level 2,
Medium.
you can go to medium. Yeah. You can also gain heavy armor at level 2 with the feat.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's medium at level 1, and then
War Priest armor at level 2, or you can take the
it looks
general
like
feat
War
from it.
Priest, yeah. So that's pretty cool. That could be doable.
Yeah, for sure. It's absolutely a possibility. Not the only possibility, but you also
No, but
consider that a
that is a
cleric
very good
also has
possibility.
spell casting on top of all of the heals. They also have
Right.
buffs like yeah, so it
Yeah.
can start to get kind of good.
That's a distinct possibility, is that. I was already thinking cleric is probably not a necessity, but close to that with what we're going into.
Yeah. So we definitely like leaning into if we do go toward what we have said, we do need something at range. We do need something with spell casting that isn't just healing, that's got debuffs, probably. Something that can support, um, and things like that. Um, Druid would be pretty decent, especially because you could get an extra thing on the field. Um, you could also do Ranger in
Let's
that
do an
way.
oracle.
Ha! No. Um,
Oh, so do we want your champion if the cleric can do that? Or do we want to have the
so
champion, the cleric,
the
both?
benefit of a
And
champion is that you don't get healing through the champion, you get reduction of damage. And then you get healing
okay.
from something like the cleric. So you get it both offensively and defensively. See? So it's actually good to have both. It if we went that way, we're looking pretty heavily melee at that point, which is why we would definitely need someone at range.
Well, that's why I was wondering if we want to go 3 melee like that, or if we want to go 2 main focus melees and then look at like a thaumaturge, ranger, kineticist to be at range,
Mm.
rogue,
Mm.
so that we can have 2 up close and 2 at a little bit of range. How does psychic work? I haven't really done a lot on psychic.
It's a lot of hard work. Um, I
Obviously that's the quickest way to get me turned off of it. Now you made me more interested in it, dude.
stop it.
You just have to
Just
say
stop
that.
it. It's a lot of hard work. Um,
Yeah, that makes me want to try it.
psychic.
You said that with you said that with the alchemist, and that made me want to do it more,
Yeah,
not
well,
less.
it's not for this. I will tell you that. It is not for this.
Okay.
Um, so with psychic, it it revolves around casting cantrips a whole lot, and then imbuing
I'm
those
good with that.
cantrips with special effects that are different depending on your psychic, and that do different things depending on your psychic. And there's a bajillion ways to like build them and do stuff with them. It's difficult, I would say, to get that working with a group. it's kind of like the fifth character option, I would say. Like it's like
Okay.
the character where you've got a pretty solid team and you want
Well, it
something
seemed
that's
like it could
cool.
be a good debuffer, but that's why I wasn't sure.
You can. I don't. I wouldn't know how to start. It would be a lot of work. So
Stop saying that. You keep making me want to do it more. Stop.
my intention is opposite, dude.
I know. I know it is, but that doesn't work.
Um, so it's really really simple, and it'll just be like a shit show the whole time. You like there'll be no challenge or learning in it,
Oh,
and
so it's like an OP fighter?
see whatever I say.
Uh, no, you're good. I will choose not to, but I'm really kind of curious on it now.
I would encourage it as a fifth
I
character,
will.
but it's pretty
I,
rough.
I I will I will hearken to your wisdom and choose to abstain.
Uh,
Um,
all right. I'm
if
like in regard to your like lots of frontliners issue. I don't think I don't think it's a problem. I think it's fine to have that. Where that
okay,
possibly could be an issue is if, as GMs, we decide to make every last thing that we fight flying and bullshit like that. And just,
it's a thick forest. Have you been in a thick forest?
yeah, I have.
There's not a lot of big flying things because there's not space for flying things.
Right. So yeah, I just don't
Monkeys,
think.
not actual monkeys, but tree creatures, monkeys, squirrels, stuff like that. Sure. Ground based creatures. Sure. Um, I don't think it's going to be a lot of. It doesn't fit the theme for there to be a lot of flying.
Yeah.
A swarm of bats, sure, they're smaller, they can fit amongst the trees, but big threatening creatures that are flying, no, no,
Yeah. So I
it
think
doesn't fit
either
that.
like I think we're fine for a lot of things. Um, some sort of range damage might be okay, but I think spellcasting is more important um, for buffs and debuffs personally. So like going a ranger, there's more damage there, but there's less synergy there. Um, so personally,
Yeah.
I think doing maybe a druid and having the primal list there, we've seen that that can be pretty potent. It's not the best spell list for it. The occult spell list is technically the best for it, but getting an occult caster that's synergetic with what we already have in the forests, I'm not sure you're going to get all of that, honestly.
So you're saying a occult spell list would be better.
The occult spell list has more stuff to do with debuffing and buffing than any others, but it's not necessarily better. It's just got more options. Um, the primal spell list is absolutely fine for it. The divine spell list is more about the buffing side,
Hmm.
and the arcane spell list can do it if you specialize, but the arcane spell list a little bit more damage heavy, in my opinion. But again, these things can be taken out of context. We're talking about percentiles and stuff, which
Hmm.
when you zoom in don't matter anymore. You know what I mean? Like if you zoom out and look at it from beyond, all of these things matter. If you zoom in,
Oh yeah.
they stop
Hey,
mattering
Alex.
quite so much. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, at the moment,
How? Hmm. 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 kind of fits.
Okay. What's that?
How good is the sorcerer?
I mean,
Because they have Hag and Harrow. Both fit this kind of icky, nasty place.
I would say sorcerers are solid. They're going to be terrible defensively, but they're a
Well, I
solid
mean,
spellcaster.
is the druid better for the spell casting you wanted? Or
Yes.
the
So
it
druid
is?
gets less spells, but they've got more synergy.
More synergy? How? I'm
Well,
curious.
see, if I
Like, keep
did
in
it,
mind, I am trusting your wisdom on this because you've been doing it many more years than me.
yeah. So so, all things being equal, if your sorcerer goes into um, if your sorcerer goes into primal magic, right? Let's just for an argument's sake, let's say they both have exactly the same spell list, right?
Hmm.
Sorcerer has more spells, but they have nothing else. A druid has the animal companion, or like I would be running it as an animal. So you have the animal companion plus your spell list. Um,
Okay.
whereas the sorcerer is literally only their spells, and they're terrible defensive. Also, their
So you're
primary
saying the reason you're
characteristic is
saying,
charisma, and we're not doing any other charisma things other than the
yeah,
spellcasting stat. Whereas, at least with a druid, your primary spellcasting is wisdom, and that is a saving throw minimum.
yeah. What is your what draws you to druid? Is it the animal companion? Is it that they
So
have
it's the spell list
spells?
and the animal companion together. I would equally say in a lot of cases ranger might be just as good, but a ranger will not do anywhere the amount of debuffing that a druid will, or buffing. So the utility of a druid is higher. Um, doesn't mean it's the best option for this, not necessarily, but I prefer it.
Yeah.
This much should be obvious. I'm not saying it's always the better option.
So you
I
think that
prefer it.
even beats a wizard with a familiar and stuff?
A companion outweighs a
Or
familiar
a
in every way.
what about summons? Animal summons.
Um, well, there's only so many spells that you can cast, and a summon takes three
Hmm.
actions, and
Okay.
then an action every round. And you've only got so many of them, whereas a
We had
druid is just
mentioned
always there.
a thaumaturge. Do we want to make sure do we want to take
We
that off the
don't
table of options?
we don't need a
Or
thaumaturge. Could it be good? Yeah, sure. But if you like, it's it's what is powerful and it's what is attractive. We don't just want to play the best things and
oh yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
enjoy ourselves.
No, 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 no,
So
no. To be clear, I have looked at a summoner, a sorcerer, psychic a little bit. I wanted to delve into that more, and I haven't been able to. A wizard, thaumaturge. I already mentioned that. It's a few forms of kinestheticist. I've looked at um, fighter a bit. I've looked at inventor. I've looked at a few builds of.
yeah, lots.
I think you get the point.
I do.
Um, so pretty much they're all interesting to me in one way or another. Other than Oracle, I haven't looked at him in the remaster, but Oracle with the whole curse side and stuff, I'm trying to figure out how to do that well.
It's
That's the only one
very
that I've been kind of
rough. Very rough.
like.
I think we're in a really good spot with most of the things that we've been saying, right? So we've
Yeah.
already discussed like a barbarian with this animalistic stuff that sounds wonderful to this area. It sounds tanky, it sounds useful. So that's great. We've got this idea of maybe maybe a healery cleric that can heal themselves and their allies potentially. We've got the idea of potentially a druid or something else with a companion. So you can do it with druid, you can do it with inventor, you can do it with ranger. Um, getting another person on the field or another whole creature on the field is huge for for everything. So good.
We can all go
Um,
Cavalier.
we could do the night thing, but I'm not sure that that's really this story. Um,
I have. Have you seen the movie Arthur?
yeah. Welcome home, by the way,
I've
Silver.
worked in my head. I couldn't stop myself developing each of those as a Cavalier
Mm-hmm.
archetype, and then the primary class differential based on their style.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the Cavalier Ranger, the Cavalier Barbarian, the Cavalier Fighter, the Cavalier Rogue, right? It's like, oh, why?
Because we're strange. And then there is this champion idea, which can be offensive and defensive. I really like that. I wouldn't mind trying that. Um, because that debuffing stuff is pretty good.
Okay,
Um,
because there's if we just want a body on the field, we could also take Beastmaster if you'd prefer that over
yeah,
Cavalier,
we
and
can
then you hit
absolutely
the whole
do. We can
Ranger
absolutely do
Animal
that.
Companion, and you know,
Yeah, anyone can take
then we can have
Beastmaster as well. Like
four bodies on the field extra.
it's,
Um,
but we're not going to have actions. Certainly, if we go
right.
Thaumaturge, the Thaumaturge is going to do nothing except for the Thaumaturge things, and at like they will have trouble just doing Thaumaturge things because action economy sucks. um,
For damage output
we it
as
doesn't
a
matter.
ranged striker, I evaluated the flame kinestheticist, and they can absolutely reliably turn after turn pump out pretty high damage. And I was like, that's interesting. But I like the wood better for the group benefit.
Yeah. Well, when we're
Um,
gonna be knocking things
but
down, slowing things down, flanking, that damage will just come naturally.
right. So the other thing I was going to consider is if we don't need the druid, you had mentioned the strength, the brute rogue. Should we
Mm.
consider that?
Um.
Because then we can all knock them down, hold them down, pound them down.
With what we've already said, I think it's too much. Um. Yeah. Um.
And to be clear, I'm fine not having any one of the three characters that we kind of said we could do, or
Yeah,
all four
because
of them.
we're at risk
Them being
of
what
being one
we're
stat
just
only, and we
yeah.
can't really do that. Um, this is part of the problem when you're only the two of us making four characters. Like,
Mhm.
um,
Well, now that we've done all this talking
mhm.
and ideas, chat, we're looking at you, chat. Is there any characters that you have thought of that you're curious about or want to mention or consider, or even that we've mentioned that you're like, yes, please? You know what? I just realized
Mm. So.
the one thing we might want a good charisma one for is
Intimidate.
demoralizing and using debuffs.
Yep.
The reliable, non-magical debuffs. We
Yeah.
don't have that.
No, but I have a way of getting it.
It's true. Because I guess champion does use charisma, don't they?
They can, or you could do it weirdly on. You could do it with a lizard folk druid with dinosaur, and just
What?
lizard folk get certain lizard folk get the basically intimidating glare for free, but with their fins instead. It's great. And they can like charge in
Okay.
with them and do weird shit. It's funny as.
Is there some way to be able to intimidate a creature more than once? Like standard intimidation has that limit.
Mm, only through spells.
Hmm. Glad you're home, Silverwolf.
And like spell
Oh,
slots are
Matt.
limited. Like spell slots are hugely whichever way you go. Like the least limited is going to be sorcerer, but even then, like your adventuring days
Yeah.
matter. Like using using a spell slot is massive. Um, so yeah, it's there's a lot of considerations. Obviously, we want to have fun. We're gonna have fun
Yeah.
either way.
We're going to have fun
Um,
either way.
I think going with the things that we're most drawn to and see some synergy in as the way, rather than getting too
Oh,
bogged
yeah.
down.
Like, I'm not worried about which character I'll enjoy most. I'm more worried about how can we synergize and get as much power as possible because we kind of need it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well,
Because even if,
someone
like,
needs to go medic dedication. Someone probably needs to go beastmaster, or be like a druid or something.
mhm.
Um, and then on top of that, yeah, whatever else we decide. Um, Going wrestler isn't a bad idea. Someone,
Yeah. Wrestler would be, I think, what the spider would do to boost the whole grapple.
yeah, and you get super cool action. And,
Hmm.
and more damage as well.
Chat?
Not sure chat is super active at
I think chat's sleeping.
Hey Silex. Yeah, do we want to sort of like start with one each and go after the others?
Well,
Are
let's
any of
start with
yours locked
one.
in?
Of the ones that we talked about, what do you think sounds like the most fun to get on the field of battle? Strength wise.
For me, I really want to try Glory Champion. And
Glory Champion's kind of the one you want to try most.
I think so. Because I just want to see if it's what I think.
Okay. Did they update it here? Is that in core or two?
It's remastered.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So remaster player core or remaster player core two?
It
Couldn't remember which one it
is
was, and I didn't know if you knew offhand. Player
Champion
core
is
two.
2.
86. Just wanted to look at the glory cleric. Or, yeah, cleric.
Yeah, so
Glory champion.
what you get is you get brilliant flash.
Glory. Is glory, you mean grandeur?
Grandeur.
Okay. No, it's fine. I want to make sure I understood the right one because I didn't see glory. I saw
So
desecrated,
flash,
grandeur, inquisit.
yeah, flash of grandeur, right, which is your reaction, right? So once around with a reaction, an enemy damages your ally. Imperious divine light flashes out. The ally gains resistance, and then they are affected by revealing light. Okay,
Hmm.
and uh, revealing light is um
Is that a
is
spell?
dazzled, right? So they're just dazzled, and if they were invisible, they're instead concealed. So you just dazzle them, giving them a 25% chance to miss straight off. Like,
Not
it's
bad.
massive. That's just on a reaction.
Yeah. It's not bad, man. I see what
Yeah.
you're saying.
So you get that every round. You get that as well as reducing damage to your allies. It's within 15 feet, of course, because that's what it is. Same thing with all of them.
Hmm.
And then um,
Ooh,
and
what
then
archetype would you think for your champion?
um, debatable. Really.
Because if we do martial aura on top of that, then you have the double aura. Gives everyone
Yeah,
really big
Marshall.
reasons to stay within your range.
Right. Yeah, Marshall's pretty good. Gives him a reason also to go up into charisma again.
Yeah. Hmm.
Like you can see where it's going.
Interesting. Oh, I do. I do. That's why Marshall came to my mind was because I absolutely see where it's going. And I'm like, hmm. I see that. Yeah. No, I see that. So let's put down number one. Let's go ahead and make his class champion.
And I can start to build
And
it
you
out.
okay. What deity did you want? I will
I
cancel that.
I don't know. I have to look. It'll be
Okay. I will
something.
delete.
What does it ask for with a champion?
It asks for your deity as the first question.
Just
That's why I
deity.
asked.
So
Yeah.
obfuscated. Don't tell us what these things do. Just need a list. I'm just gonna look down a list.
Hmm. If you need me to look it up or something, let me know too.
Probably Iamede or let's see else. Irori maybe. I like truth, skill, confidence. Those are pretty good. That's okay. I like the idea of light and sun. Seren Ray. be fine with healing and sun and truth, fire.
Okay.
Protect allies, provide aid to the sick. Although she's more about redemption rather
Yeah.
than. But that's just a character choice. Doesn't have
Right.
to make. You don't have to make a Sarenrae champion be a redemption champion.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's probably they're probably the main ones. The only thing when you choose a champion is like, can't I just say what I get rather than from whom? Temperate, fight for justice and honor, hold valor. Oh, because it changes your spell. Athletic rushes. Use your friend. These characters aren't gonna get so focus 4 is level 2 is 3.
You sure you're not sleeping, Silver Wolf?
5 is 7. Beautiful challenge is alright. Rush. +2 to athletics checks.
For
Plus
what?
+2 to athletics checks. Uh, that's
Wow.
pretty good. And resistance.
Knockdown.
That's pretty. Yeah, knockdown is what Malcup has been on to attack roll and get. That's just damage. Oh, so might is good and duty later is good. I think Iamedi is probably might vigil. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Iamedi.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Brilliant Flash.
yeah, I know.
Your light cleanses the soul of fear when you use Flash of Grandeur. They're off guard.
Yeah, what I'm saying. Just off guard. So not only are they dazzled, but they're off guard. One,
You're nasty.
I know it's great. It's so good.
Oh, you're off guard. Oh, you're off guard.
Are you
Oh,
alright if I choose like a weird
that's
race as
crazy.
well?
Sure.
So we're
Because we're
on.
doing
Yeah.
we can always reskin them. This is reskinning mastery. So pick whatever and we'll reskin it as something we need it to do to fit the world.
Okay.
So who cares? This is focusing on dealing with the fact that we know we're going to play Darkest Dungeons. PF2E Darkest Dungeons, right?
Yeah.
Cuz yeah, crazy. Sounds good, Silver Wolf. All right. So
This is, yeah, I don't know whether I can, in good faith, do all of this.
yes you can.
Well, this is
I
true.
have a really let,
This is true
let me
Darkest
tell you
Dungeon
this, okay?
bullshit. I'm
I
just saying.
Yes. Yes, it needs to be because I have a very, 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 very bad thing planned that's going to feed into the other story. Um, and if you get to be the lucky contestant, you're going to really, really, really want to have power gamed it. So don't fret.
Okay, so
Um, the
champion.
intention is to be full munchkin, okay?
I am
Full
yeah,
munchkin,
I am going full munchkin, and you're gonna hate
full
it.
munchkin, okay? No, I'm not. I know we're going to need to go full all four of these characters
I
better be full munchkin, okay? Full munchkin. That's what we're trying to show everyone. How you go full
and
munchkin so that you can survive the way it's meant to be,
oh well,
where
the
it
issue
throws everything
is
at you.
I don't think we have the update. I'm only getting Liberator, Paladin, or Redeemer.
I who I it does say there's an update. Do you want me crack it and re-update it?
Um, yeah.
Or we can do it later. Either way, it's up to you.
Yeah. Well, it depends if Foundry is actually caught up. They may not have. Like, do we know for
I
sure?
I will find uh you're saying for the champion type, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't have
So
the grandeur.
grandeur. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna launch my local one that I know I updated recently.
Yeah. Because that will change everything if we can't select it. It'll mean
Yeah.
all of this
I know I updated
nonsense.
my local one
While you're
Saturday.
while you're loading that, what was your idea that you
And there's an additional update. Hmm? With my what?
your idea for your first one?
I'm kind of leaning towards the priest so that we
Priest.
have good healing when we
It's really
like this is thinking munchkin.
yeah.
So we have healing when we hit.
Sounds
Do
good.
damage and heal. I think we need to be able to do damage and heal.
Okay. Then let's set this as cleric. I'm gonna set that as 2.
Because remember, this is the group needs to be munchkin. Not a single
Yeah.
character needs to be munchkin. The whole group needs to be munchkin too.
It's cleric. Select deity again.
662 is what it's updated. I just re-updated it on my so that you can keep working.
I'm 80. We're just going all I'm 80.
Yeah, you should be going all Kate crazy.
Going war priest. I set this at 4. You will soon see.
Right, so character is going to be a champion. Oh, yeah, no, it even shows that it's Pathfinder Core 2.
What?
And who did you pick?
I am meaty for the moment.
Yep, Granger's there.
Okay, so you want to update it?
I can,
Yeah, let's do it.
but that's why I checked my local one first, because I didn't know exactly how long it'll take on their server. Shouldn't take long, but
It's all right.
I don't know.
We can wait.
So,
So whether we do it now or later, we know that one of these is going to be that um, Grandeur champion. One of these is going to be a battle
mhm.
cleric.
And that's because the synergy between those two, the heal and hit, right? Kill the enemy and heal, and
Yeah,
heal you and them.
yeah,
Like
and reduce
that's
damage
crazy.
and yeah, all of that. So that's good
Um,
between those two. Um, what do we want as
or
supplements?
I don't know. I almost want to go with the ruffian rogue or something, or a rogue for the backstabs, given that you're going to be making them off guard all the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's argument to be made for all of that.
Thaumaturge would be great for knowing their weakness and always doing extra damage. Um,
Yeah, well, we don't really
the
have a
barbarian would be
knowledge
great
person.
to grapple them, but if we're knocking them down or making them off guard, do we need to grapple them? Possibly the answer is yes. I don't know. I'm not saying either way. Um,
It's mostly
so
trip.
I don't know.
Like grab is good. It reduce especially on a caster.
Is Trip better?
Trip's better for a martial, like against martial characters because it wastes their action. So grab is better for against casters because it disrupts their casting, and trip is better for against martial enemies
Oh
because it wastes their actions.
no. Oh.
So,
I gotta see if I can update these separately. Because if I update to version 12, I can update Pathfinder to what we need it to be. But
cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk is not available in 12 yet. And I don't know if I can update only one of them.
So don't do it.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna. There's still options. Um, so you can keep doing research and stuff. I have other ideas to possibly make it work. I'm just trying to think if there's and look if there's any way to do it or not.
So I'm gonna have a look again at one of my other. So I do understand that thaumaturge does a lot. We've already got cleric and a champion. You could do.
I'm going to export the world. Hey, perfect.
Let's just
I'm
load this
going
for
to
a second.
see if they will let me update.
Character. Let's turn on. And then let's go into here.
Okay, it didn't update. It didn't update Cyberpunk. It just updated
Oh, good.
Eolas. But it is giving me a warning that it's recommended to keep all games to the same version.
Yeah, it'll just
To
be
ensure
that some
that
of the
modules in a
functionality
bizarre
might
match.
some of the functionality might
Yeah.
break.
So I'm going to update the Pathfinder 2 specific modules to what we're on so that we have the update. I'm going to go for it. They're supposed to be coming out with a Cyberpunk update soon. And I really wish they'd get it done. I understand it takes works and it's not their job. But I would like it if they would get it done. It would make my life a whole lot easier.
So it's the sneak attack that you specifically want, is that right? From Rogue?
Oh, I'm just trying to think of ways to munchkin it to get more damage on the enemy.
I don't think the damage is going to be the problem.
You don't. What do you think is going to be the problem? Surviving?
No, I think synergy. So I think the damage will just come through doing all of the things that I don't think
Okay.
we
Talk
need
to
to
me.
specifically just be like, like, so having things off guard and doing an extra d6 is something. You can do that through. You can do that via thaumaturge anyway, um,
Mhm.
because you're just activating weaknesses all the time anyway. So you're just getting that
Can
damage.
I change the version? Sorry. Keep going. Yes, yes,
Um,
yes.
you can also get it through other sources like Swashbuckler, it's like that. What Rogue does really well is not until later on with their debilitations, and we're not that level.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to matter. Um, so like a level 9 plus Rogue, that those debilitations really make the class super shine. Like it doesn't. It's not saying Rogue's bad earlier. I'm just saying it's like super
Right.
shiny 9 plus, with those debilitations all the time. But earlier on,
Okay. Well, whatever you would recommend as our munchkin group, I'm kind of good with considering. I'm kind of focusing on trying to get this done. So sorry if I'm a bit out of it. I'm trying to make it where Saturday still works and we can do progress today.
yeah, yeah, makes sense.
And I think I got it.
Nice.
So feel free to look at the classes and try to come up with the most stupid munchkin stuff we can. Sorry, I'm focused on this.
Well, the
Like I
most
said, I'm trying to make
stupid
sure we
Munchkin
hit
stuff that you
targets.
can involves so the Either attack of opportunity or opportune backstab features with someone who is knocking things prone. Right?
So how do we want to get that?
So opportune backstab is a level 8 rogue feat. We're not going to get to level 8, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So you need attack of opportunity for that. You can get attack of opportunity out of barbarian. If you wanted to go barbarian. Um, I think a thaumaturge can get it if you choose weapon. Correctly. Double check
I
that.
believe so, yeah.
So if you choose weapon, you get interruption. Uses a concentrate, manipulate, or move. So you have to be exploiting the vulnerability, but that's going to happen all the time. Make a strike. So you get an attack of opportunity out of your thaumaturge straight away.
Hmm.
And we're going to get identification out of the thaumaturge, which you're not going to get out of your barbarian.
Right. Which I'm wondering if that's worth it or not.
I think it
I'm curious
probably
your thought.
is. It probably is worth it.
And see, that's why the barbarian is seeming less needed to me than it was because of the two characters we already have.
Yeah, being able to identify a thing's weakness is.
That's kind of why I was like, I know it's not a very powerful one, but it's a very good synergist one to allow you to know, hey guys, you need to use this on it.
Yeah, and if our fourth is a caster that can capitalize on whatever is being called out, that's going to be where things really start
That's
to shine.
if we're going to have a caster or for even that matter, a bomber alchemist, then we want a thaumaturge, or we want the thaumaturge to take alchemist dedication bomber to be able to lay the different types of damage out, right? Like, just bear with me here, okay? Go with me here on
I
this little
don't.
mind trip.
I'm not understanding how
If
those things are.
if Thecard with quick bomber and quick alchemy was a bomber instead, where he could use elemental types on his cantrip vials, right? He could literally have chucked 3 fire vials at the enemy per turn. How stupid is that? Is that the level of munchkin we need to go? I'm wondering.
I don't want another alchemist. Honestly, it's such a nightmare.
I'm just saying, like, that's a whole nother level of munchkin right there, is what I was saying. Because he can the bomber type is that they can spontaneously change that versatile vial to multiple different types on the fly. Stupid.
Yeah.
But I understand you don't want another alchemist. That's fine.
Um.
I already backed it up. You just made me back it up again. I don't need to back it up, you silly thing. They're having me back up the game again, because I'm going to 12 for Eolas. Mm-hmm. Hope everything's okay. Did you understand now, Silver Wolf, how I explained it?
Basically, what he's saying, if you didn't understand it, is the thaumaturge can call out a weakness, and the alchemist can make a thing that's got that weakness.
Yeah. So what happens as a alchemist is you can create a thing called a versatile vial, and you can do an extra thing with it based on your um, school of study, which you have a certain number of them you can pick from. So their choices are where did it go? Research fields of research field, right? You have bomber, chirurgeon, mutagist, toxologist. The bomber states that when they create a versatile vial that they use as just a basic versatile vial to attack, they can choose to have it do cold, electrical, fire, or acid. So they can do any of the four and just spontaneously on the fly make it be whatever they want at the time, right as they do it. And if they take quick bomber, they can do that and throw it as one action. So they could technically throw 3 vials and have it be cold electric fire in one turn, which is just stupid. Oh, and when they throw their bombs, they can choose to only have splash damage deal to the primary target. So they can avoid their allies by just saying, oh, it's just the primary target.
Yep.
So stupid.
I actually think, in a lot of ways, outside
Okay.
of
Everything is
niche
migrated. You're what?
situations, I said, I actually think, instead of outside of niche situations, alchemist is probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest class that we have.
Mm-hmm. So you did deific weapon
What?
on your champion. I'm
No,
redoing the champion so that I can get it to.
we exited before I was able.
Oh,
Right.
it's fine. I'm back in and I'm sure it's there. You're now a grandeur champion. So you can come back in. And you already have your 15-foot aura. Cool.
Yeah. So if you work on, so you wanted to do the cleric.
Have a good one, Silix. Rest well. Sure.
So if you work on that cleric,
You already did. Add that. And you did War Priest. Cool.
you may have to redo it. It's upgrade.
Actually, you know what? For sake of making sure we don't have a problem, I'm just going to delete all 4 and rebuild them. Just in case there's any new character issues. So there's champion. There is cleric. And
Whatever we decide.
yep. And then I will, just because since we haven't really done the work on them, I don't want to risk there being any issues because I have seen that, especially with Cyberpunk, where I had to recreate the characters because there's a back end piece that wasn't quite right. There you go. You are an Iomade Glory champion.
Yeah. So I'll do one if you do the other, so that we're not double dipping.
Yep. No. I was getting it back to the point where we had it, where his champion was selected. That's it.
Otherwise, it will absolutely break because too many people are touching it.
Absolutely. I was just doing the one piece. I am going to keep it up so I can see your changes. Just
All right.
share with the viewers.
Yeah. So, folks, this is what we're doing. We are being a Strix ancestry.
Why Strix? Not a
Um.
problem with it. Just so people know.
So the real reason is later on. Um. Because there's cool light synergy. So we're a glory or light based dazzling lights type of champion, and Strix get all of this stuff to do with sun and light and stuff like that, which is just cool.
It's fine. Like I said, I'm not trying to criticize, to be clear for everyone. I'm not trying to criticize Matt on it. I just want him to be able to share with all of you guys his thought patterns so you understand how we're building these characters, what we're thinking, what's going on. Just bringing you into our minds a little bit more. Just thought I'd make sure it was clear. I'm not trying to call you out to them. I'm trying to bring them into our minds, even though that's a scary proposition.
Or is.
Can make a sprite thaumaturge who floats behind the champion. No, you can't hit me. No, you can't hit me.
So Sunbird Glare at level 6
Uh,
says one action, target makes a fortitude save or is dazzled. Just
so you're gonna do dazzle dazzle.
I'm gonna do dazzle, dazzle, and more dazzle. Gonna be razzle dazzle, and it's
You're just so sparkling.
in fact, you know what? Bam. Oh, you asked for Munchkin, you got it.
Perfect. Should I name the cleric Drizzle Dazzle?
No, please, God.
He's the
No.
mopey brother of Razzle Dazzle. No, brother, I need to bind your wound again.
And
Come, brother, time to work. What is a good race for cleric?
so you want wisdom.
Tenkui? What's Tenkui? Z is a reptilian, magically gifted ancestors.
And you're gonna be running up and you're gonna be attacking things.
Hmm.
So having strength is important too.
Raccoons, really. They have the raccoon race, so we can actually have a raccoon chase you around.
What?
I need to make a raccoon inventor.
Okay. Sure, sure.
I wonder why I say that. And then we can have a wood kinestheticist. What was the plant folk? Can't remember it. There's a plant folk one. I just can't remember what it's called offhand.
We're not really gonna
For no
be doing
particular
that.
reason.
So we're gonna go with Night Glider. Because that gives us dark vision. I also
Do I need to
considered
make a proper
Scavenger.
minotaur for you?
And then background. Okay, have a look at that in a
Hmm.
So ability bursts. Actually, we need our background in there.
So you all can see what a Strix looks like.
I had gladiators.
Bird people. Strix are bird people.
Yeah, bird people.
People with wings on their back.
Yep. Go with
So
gladiator.
that's character.
Legit feel like I'm in a class that I actually enjoy learning. All right. That's good. Let's do
Perfect. That's a good thing.
let's do the alternative boosts, and let's do strength and wisdom. And then we do strength, con, we do strength. Then we do strength, con, and dex.
Strength,
Wisdom.
strength, 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 strength. Charisma, or do you not need charisma as a paladin?
You don't need it
Champion.
anymore.
Interesting. Are you going to go into martial side to go different?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so we need enough charisma for that.
Oh, what is the charisma for Marshall? Two.
Let me double check here.
It's swift.
Martial dedication. Trained in martial weapons and either diplomacy or intimidation. Choose diplomacy or intimidation, and you become trained in that skill or become an expert if you're already trained. In addition, you're surrounded by a 15-foot aura. See, same size.
So it doesn't even need.
Uh,
It doesn't even
so it
need
doesn't actually
charisma.
need charisma.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing that. It's so silly. Uh so we can give ourselves bonuses against fear. Or we can give the
I
Dread
I did need
Marshal
that, so I stand
to
corrected.
+1 to damage rolls and critically hit is frightened. So it just depends whether we want to be inspiring. We want to be inspiring. This character is inspiring. Whether Dread Marshal is better or not is another thing, but we want to be inspiring. We're all about sun and glory, and we want to help our allies. Okay, so yeah. We are doing. Although I don't get my sunbird stuff if I do that.
Uh-oh. Consideration. All adjacent creatures. Yeah, I don't really feel like doing all adjacent creatures. My friend will be next to me.
But yeah, having a double aura does sound pretty bloody good.
Well, I mean, it just synergizes with what you're doing. You already have to keep people in your 15-foot aura. So it's going to be terrible if you have to keep people in your 15-foot aura.
Yeah. Yeah, technically. Alright.
It's what?
It is better synergetically. So we're going
I mean, it's up to
Marshall.
you.
Yeah,
But
I
I'm
know.
just
The
saying,
other
like, synergy-wise, if you're already...
Yeah, the other thing was silly anyway. We're gonna go with
What was the other thing?
diplomacy. Oh, it's just getting flight and flight things.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, it's fine. We want to help our allies, and that's what we're here to do. So, martial
I don't know what
dedication
race to be, man.
and inspiring martial stats.
My brain's gone to jelly.
Or we could go Devrin's cunning stat.
Um,
+1
War
to
Cleric is
skill
going to
checks.
need prepared and focus spells, right?
Head and focus.
Prepared and focus. Isn't that what they need, or is it innate?
Yes. Head and focus.
Okay. Prepared and focused. And key attribute is wisdom. Tradition is arcane, or yeah, divine. So prepared and focus. Okay. Kind of like that. It wouldn't be as jelly if my son hadn't already come in here 3 times tonight while he's supposed to have been asleep. But that's grating on me and making it harder to try to think and focus.
We are doing all of the group things, being very much. Yeah, and the stuff that we can do with a marshal is very, very group focused.
Oh
Cadence
yeah.
call, for
Oh yeah.
example. It's like
Oh
so
yeah. No,
silly.
like Marshall is I have a Marshall in my home game. He's a fighter Marshall, and whenever someone's working with him, it can change the fight. Whereas if they're not with him, not doing as well.
Yeah.
Like it seriously makes a difference.
And then we go in here. R5, so we do get some other boosts. So we do need some charisma. And to be honest, I think we need more than what we have.
So what do you think for the other two characters? Any more thought on that?
Um. Yeah. Let's see. I think maybe you should try Thaumaturge. It gives us a way to do intimidation, which we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
It gives us identification, we don't have.
That's the main reason I was thinking it is because it gives us that identification
It gives
weakness.
us a reaction, which we like an offensive reaction, which we don't have. You know what I mean? Like there's so
Mm-hmm.
much that it gives that we don't have. So I think
Yeah.
go that.
Okay.
There's this. Do we think that we're gonna get to level 10 on these?
Probably not 10. I mean, we don't know if they're going to live past level 5, but I'm thinking probably 7 or 8 probably is most before we come back to the others. If we want to go back to them again later, then maybe they'll get to 10 or more. But the initial foray into the darkest forest is probably not.
Yeah, speaking of.
Oh, no, that's what we need to call it. We need to call it the Forlorn Forest. So we can say FF because they're going to be effed.
Forlorn Forest. Would you like me to call it that? Let's do it. Forlorn
We don't have to.
Forest.
I was just saying, like, you have your darkest dungeon,
No,
right? So you need something to go with F.
Forlorn Forest. Done.
Sure.
It's a good name. I like it. Alright, so at this point, Strix really doesn't matter at all. There's probably better options, but that's okay.
Well, consider it then. A human would give you an extra feat
Sure would.
at first level if you want.
I'm just
Just
gonna
wouldn't have the
see
low light or
what.
dark vision.
Oh, you can get those anyway.
True.
So my let's have a look really quick. So ancestry, we just gives us performance. We don't need that. Heritage just gives us dark vision, which we can get.
Could be dwarves. Could be a group of dwarves. Everyone's a dwarf. Filthy and dirty. Nah, just being silly.
It does get
We're actually all
the
hobgoblins.
30-foot movement speed. Is
Mhm.
consideration.
That
But
is nice.
is it worth a feat? Which can just be fleet anyway. It's gonna basically even out.
I mean, we could always go elven if you wanted the speed and the low light, but it's up to you.
Yeah, no, elves are very squishy. Extremely squishy.
Oh, they have the con reduction, don't they? So who has the highest hit die?
Barbarian.
No. Race, ancestries.
That would be dwarf, orc, the Holtzguard, orc, um,
D8 for lizard folk. Orc is D10.
yeah, or you can upgrade
And
to
dark
D12.
vision. D10 dark vision. D10 dark vision on minotaurs. We could all be minotaurs. Or minotaurs and orcs.
We could. We absolutely could.
I mean, you just mentioned liking the dark vision, so saying that works for that.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't mind doing dwarf either because you can get the forged in iron and decrease those terrible movement penalties you're gonna get anyway. You actually can move faster than most things can.
Mm. Which, I mean, dwarf have 20 speed, but if they take that, then
They
yeah,
just
they'd
don't.
still need fleet to go up to 25.
Yeah, but even
You know
now,
what?
like my speed is 30, but that's
As
immediately
soon as you
gonna
put on
drop
the
to
armor, it's going to
20.
be 25
No, it's gonna be
by
20.
20.
Yeah, it's 10
Why
feet
20?
for the heavier armors.
But you can negate 5 points by having the correct strength, right?
Um,
And
because
they ignore an additional 5-foot penalty.
I think it evens out basically. Um, Dwarf is better. Yeah, razzling. There's no sense of.
Which one is it that gives you the armor boost you're talking about?
Forged in iron, I believe it's called.
Okay, so it's not the dwarf heritage, it's dwarf feet.
Thought it was a hero. Let me just look. Oh yeah, you're right. Ancestry. Unburdened iron.
Centaurs get dark vision, 8 hit points, and 30 speed. Really? Interesting. Do I want to be my own mounted cavalry?
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know. It's a funny thought.
Right.
I mean, it fits with the whole forest creatures some. They do get a wisdom boost. They have strength and wisdom, flaw and charisma. What do you want for the fourth character? You said you think, what do you call it? Thaumaturge. What do you
So
want?
yours is gonna be so you're gonna be cleric and thaumaturge.
Which you said thaumaturge makes sense to get the
Yeah, I think so.
boosts.
And I will be champion and maybe we need some sort of caster. Druid gives us an extra. I just really like getting a companion, man. So good.
Okay. Well, maybe my thaumaturge will take Beastmaster then, and you can get one.
Are we saying that we don't want a druid?
I'm just saying, like, that doesn't have the deciding factor, is all I was saying. If you really like it, it's fine. I just was saying that doesn't need to be the deciding factor, especially if you like the idea of the occult list.
I actually think, based on what we're doing, that your thaumaturge, being that it's going to have a melee weapon, should probably go wrestler.
Should probably what?
Go wrestler.
Thaumaturge wrestler? Why is that? I'm not disagreeing. Just to be clear, I'm just curious the thoughts.
Well, you're going to be in melee anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess the problem is whether you.
How much of the wrestling stuff could he use?
I mean, if you went strength, all of it, but if you went dex, I guess none of it. It depends what you're going to.
Well, it's not just that. It's you said they're very starved
Yeah, that's true.
for actions.
That's true as well. That's true. Better remember that. Okay.
Amulet, bell, chalice, lantern, mirror, regalia, tome, wand, weapon.
Well, you just want weapon at this point, um, for the attack of opportunity.
Okay. What's the second implement?
Isn't that at 6?
Apparently not. It's asking me for it.
It's probably, given that we have a champion already doing
I know
heraldry things,
when I looked at it.
either lantern or
Lantern, mirror, and tome all had
amulet.
some interesting things.
I would do either amulet or lantern. Amulet
Why
gives you
would
a
you pick those two?
reaction. Amulet gives you a reaction to reduce damage to things, just like the champion can do. So it's an extra reduction of damage. Lantern allows you to basically have almost true sight, but not quite. Like it shows things as they really are, and
Mm-hmm.
gives you
Oh,
bonuses to perception.
revealed invisible, ethereal.
Mm-hmm. Kind of good.
That is pretty good. So which one do you like? Do you like the exploit vulnerability reaction to damage an ally and you avoid the damage, or you get resistance of 2 plus your level, or do we want to be able to see invisible and always have light?
Always having light can be bad as well as good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could
Um,
turn it off, but
hmm,
one thing I saw about the mirror was it allows you to make a 15-foot copy of yourself, flanking yourself, but then also you can jump to either location. I don't know if that's
yeah,
really helpful, given that we want to stay together.
yeah.
Um,
I think, I think that's for a different time.
okay, it's kind of I can see that. That's why I'm curious. That's why I was asking.
It's a cool
The
concept. It's just
the tome I consider because it's a +1 to all your recall knowledge checks.
you don't need it. Yeah, I honestly think if we're trying to munchkin it,
We
having the
are. So I'm asking.
choice between like having a choice each round whether you make an extra attack or save an ally is really good. So good. Like it gives you so much agency.
So you're saying we should go with the amulet?
Yeah, because then if you want to do more damage, you do your reaction as the weapon, and if you want to prevent damage, then you do your reaction as the amulet.
It's fine. Yep, I see it. And you decided you want to go with which? Or are you still debating?
I don't want to do which.
No. You're still debating which class have you decided, not which. Not the which class. That's the fun thing with the English language, right? Which or which?
Hmm.
There's wit, as in the class, and there's which, as in have you selected a class? English language.
Sorcerer, bard, summoner.
Sounds good, Silver Wolf. I'm a dwarf and I'm proud of it. Stuff it where the sun don't shine.
It, like I just love druid too much. It's
If
just a
that's what you want to
weakness.
go for it. I didn't want you to feel bound to it simply because of the, one aspect or another, right?
Yeah, so what would the other
It's,
things be? It would be making some sort of class that has the Beastmaster archetype.
I mean,
That's not a
if the
druid.
primary thing you like is an animal companion, there's 3 easy ways to get it. Druid, as you said, ranger, who gets an animal companion, or archetype, whether you want to ride it, or have it just with you, Beastmaster. The Beastmaster animal companion isn't really any worse than the druids or the rangers animal companion. They're kind of the same.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying don't do druid. I'm just saying don't do it simply for the animal companion. Is that clear?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. I mean, technically, if you like the occult spell list, you go with the bard or sorcerer, and take Beastmaster, and you are a occultist version of a druid.
Could do that. We're kind of already got bard things going. I don't really want to do
And
charisma.
I'm okay. Yeah, and we don't have to go the charisma route either. It's that's fine. I'm just trying to point out that there is some options so we're not tied to druid to get the animal companion. We can choose what was going to synergize with everyone best to get their most munchkin possible, as we were talking about.
Yeah. Swell.
There you go. I named your character for you.
Intelligent. What other character?
The fourth character.
It's the fourth wheel. That's it. It's
I
gonna be
can't resist.
it's gonna be an automaton, and it's gonna it's gonna it's, it's gonna be a motorcycle. It's gonna be a motorcycle. It's just gonna be
Inventor with a wheelchair.
yes.
Wheelchair.
Well, inventor is another way to get a companion.
Yeah. We're trying to probably not go quite that technological, but we could always reskin it. It's not a problem. It's just funny. Hmm. Curious. Is Sprite small or smaller? Tiny. It is tiny.
Yeah.
They only got low light though. We need to give them dark vision. We could go Sprite, Dwarf, which technically is small, but they claim they're medium. Go with an Orc to go bigger, and then go with a Centaur or a Minotaur. So we have tiny, small, medium, and large. Uh, the raccoons have a D10 hit points, are small size, and have 25 speed.
Okay.
Interesting, but they have normal vision. That doesn't sound right. Sarugai? What is that? They look like minotaurs, kind of. Yaks. Really? Okay. Apparently, Minotaur's not the only cow. Apparently, Sarangai are also cows.
All right.
Sarangai. Oh, they're part of that Xiangi or Xianxai. Interesting mixed critters from the Far East, where they're very exotic.
So the only other real contender with Beastmaster that would be a caster that does that sort of thing is kind of what I was saying don't do earlier. Like that has a different stat because I don't want to do charisma since we got a thaumaturge. So the only other option, if you don't go wisdom, is intelligence. And the only real option is psychic. I mean, you could sort of do wizard, but the spell list is terrible.
If you would rather thaumaturge than that, I'm okay going psychic if you think that fits best, and I don't mind going down that rabbit hole.
There's just so much to it. Like, it's a lot. Because you have to specifically choose one of the intelligence subconscious minds. So
Yeah, I saw
probably
that. You have to have conscious and subconscious.
probably
I
recall
thought
the
that was interesting.
teachings.
Archetypes. Okay, so it hasn't been in the remastered yet.
So yeah, you could do it. I don't know if it's good. What's the spellcasting like on a psychic?
I'm looking at it. Intelligence or charisma. Cool.
By barely any. 2, 2, 1.
Heightened spells, cantrips, and psyamps are their focus.
Yeah. The the amps can do things. I don't know that it's a great option. I getting your head around it. And honestly, given that we're going into a forest, anyway, we are flirting with time. We're gonna have to do this probably
Oh, we
between
are. Yeah.
sessions.
We'll pick up next time and we will go ahead and run through what we've
Yeah, what
chosen with
we've
everyone so they
chosen.
can see. Um,
So we'll drag these out.
yeah.
We'll do the
So is the main thing you're trying to get from the fourth debuffs on the enemy?
yeah, buffs to us or debuffs to the enemy, um, and preferably a companion. And well, someone should have a companion.
Yeah.
The that's doing. What did you take for the cleric one? You no, you haven't. So that can probably be battle. That can probably be medic, or someone needs to take medic. It's probably best for the
Hmm.
cleric or the druid to do that. Um, so probably medic. So that will give us that will give us Marshal, Medic, whatever the Thaumaturge decides to take. Probably Swashbuckler.
It's an option.
Because you can key into the same weapons with Swashbuckler. You can get Panache with those and get extra movement speed and extra damage.
It's not a bad option, that's for sure.
And then we haven't got a wrestler anymore.
Do we need one? I didn't know if we needed one with everything else. It
We
wouldn't
don't.
hurt, but
Especially with a Beastmaster, because the animal companion can wrestle.
correct.
So that's not really a problem. So I think I'm just gonna do Druid. It's just the easiest for a lot of reasons.
I'm actually not being bothered by the psychic. It's definitely a bit different.
Yeah, but I'm not in love with playing a Thaumaturge, so.
Well, I mean, they're technically both optional if we want to do something different, but we can call it here and let you spend some time thinking about it. I need to get some sleep before it's too late, too.
Mm-hmm.
But
Ooh.
this will be fun.
Yep.
It'll be fun. We're trying to munchkin out our way so that we can go in hardcore into the Forlorn Forest and, play survive.
Absolutely. Been fun. Thank you.
Yeah. Everyone, thank you guys for being here. Be sure to join us next time as we join these new squad who's being sent out to do the nice near suicide mission into the forest. The forlorn, the abominable creatures there within threaten our very lives. However, we must, or the people of the towns will suffer and die. Till next time, as always, enjoy the story. We'll see you guys next time.
Ah. And I suppose I should finish my stream.
That's up to you.
Where are we? Ending. Alright, guys. Well, look after yourselves, everyone. Please be kind to one another. And from me, Matt Naha, we'll catch you on the flip side. We will be back with some Cyberpunk on DMNix's channel on Saturday night, his time, or Sunday, my time. And then next week, back to Pathfinding 2 Kingmaker on my channel. So stay tuned to both of us or either of us. And we will see you soon. Bye for now.